The Spirit's Book, containing the principles of the Spiritist doctrine, concerning the immortality of the soul, the nature of spirits and their relationships with humankind, moral laws, the present life, the future life, and the destiny of humanity, according to the teachings given by highly evolved spirits through several mediums, received and coordinated. By Allan Kardec. Part 2. The Spirit World, or the World of Spirits. Chapter 1. Spirits. The origin and nature of spirits.
How may we define spirits?
We can say that spirits are intelligent beings of creation. They populate the universe beyond the material world.
Are spirits beings distinct from the divinity, or are they only emanations or portions of the divinity, the reason why they are called the children of God?
Heavens, they are God's work. It is like a man who builds a machine, for example. The machine is the man's work, but it is not the man himself. You know that when individuals make nice and useful things, they call them their children, their creation. Well then, it is the same with God. We are God's children because we are products of the divine work.
Did spirits have a beginning, or have they existed from all eternity like God?
If spirits had no beginning, they would be equal to God. On the contrary, they are God's creation and subject to the divine will. God has existed from all eternity, that is incontestable, but we know nothing as to when and how we spirits were created. You could say that we had no beginning if you mean that since God is eternal, then God must have always and unceasingly created spirits. Nevertheless, when and how each of us was created individually, I will repeat, no one knows. It is a mystery.
Since there are two general elements in the universe, i.e. the intelligent element and the material element, could we say that spirits are formed from the intelligent element, while inert bodies are formed from the material element?
Obviously, spirits are individualizations of the intelligent principle, just as bodies are individualizations of the material principle. It is the time and manner of this formation that we do not know.
Is the creation of spirits continuous, or did it only occur at the beginning of time?
It is continuous, which means that God has never ceased creating them.
Are spirits formed spontaneously, or do they proceed from one another?
Like all other creatures, God creates them by the divine will, but let me repeat once more, their origin is a mystery.
Is it correct to say that spirits are immaterial?
How can we define something when we have no terms for comparison, and when we only have an insufficient language at our disposal? Can one who is born blind define light? Immaterial is not the right word. Incorporeal would be more precise, because you should understand that since it is a creation, a spirit must be something. A spirit is quintessentialized matter 25. Thus, you have no analogies for describing it. It is also so etherealized that your senses cannot perceive it.
Do spirits have an end? We can understand that the principle from which they emanate is eternal, but what we are asking is whether or not their own individuality will come to an end, and whether or not, like material bodies, at some given time in the near or distant future, the element from which they have been formed will disintegrate and return to the mass from which it came. It is difficult to understand how something that had a beginning would not also have an end.
There are many things that you do not understand because your intelligence is limited, but that is no reason to reject them. A child does not understand everything that its parents understand, nor does an uneducated person understand all that a scholar understands. We are saying that spirits' individual existences never come to an end. That is all that we can say for now.
The primitive, normal world.
Do spirits comprise a separate world beyond the one we see?
Yes, the world of spirits or incorporeal intelligences.
Which of the two, the spirit world or the corporeal one, is the principal one in the order of things?
The spirit world. It is pre-existent to and will survive everything else.
Could the corporeal world cease to exist? or might it never have existed in the first place, without altering the essence of the spirit world?
Yes, they are independent of each other, yet their correlation is unceasing because they continually react upon each other.
Do spirits occupy a specific circumscribed region of space?
Spirits are everywhere. They populate infinite space in infinite numbers. There are even some who are constantly at your side, observing and acting upon you without your being aware of it. This is because spirits are one of the powers of nature and one of the instruments that God uses for fulfilling the providential designs. However, not all spirits can go everywhere because there are regions that are forbidden to those who are less advanced. The form and ubiquity of spirits.
Do spirits have a specific, limited, and constant form?
To your eyes, no. To ours, yes. You might say they resemble a flame, a glow, or an ethereal spark.
Do spirits take any amount of time to travel across space?
Yes, but they are as fast as thought itself.
Is a spirit who moves from one place to another conscious of the distance it travels and the space it crosses? Or is it suddenly at the place to which it wanted to go?
Either way, if it wants to, a spirit can be perfectly aware of the distance it crosses, or such distance may seem to disappear completely. It all depends on the spirit's will and the degree to which its nature is purified.
Is matter an obstacle to spirits?
No, they can pass through anything. The air, the earth, water, and even fire are all equally accessible to them.
Do spirits have the gift of ubiquity? In other words, can one and the same spirit divide itself up or be at various points all at the same time?
A spirit cannot divide itself up. However, each is a center radiating in different directions, and that is why it appears to be in many places all at the same time. Look at the sun. The sun is only one body, yet it radiates all around and sends its rays to great distances. Nevertheless, it does not divide itself up.
The form and ubiquity of spirits.
Do spirits have a specific, limited, and constant form?
To your eyes, no. To ours, yes. You might say they resemble a flame, a glow, or an ethereal spark.
Do spirits take any amount of time to travel across space?
Yes, but they are as fast as thought itself.
Is a spirit who moves from one place to another conscious of the distance it travels and the space it crosses? Or is it suddenly at the place to which it wanted to go?
Either way, if it wants to, a spirit can be perfectly aware of the distance it crosses, or such distance may seem to disappear completely. It all depends on the spirit's will and the degree to which its nature is purified.
Is matter an obstacle to spirits?
No, they can pass through anything. The air, the earth, water, and even fire are all equally accessible to them.
Do spirits have the gift of ubiquity? In other words, can one and the same spirit divide itself up or be at various points all at the same time?
A spirit cannot divide itself up. However, each is a center radiating in different directions, and that is why it appears to be in many places all at the same time. Look at the sun. The sun is only one body, yet it radiates all around and sends its rays to great distances. Nevertheless, it does not divide itself up.
The perispirit.
Is the spirit per se without a covering, or as some insist, is it surrounded by some kind of substance?
The spirit is surrounded by a substance that might look vaporous to you, but which is still quite dense to us. Nevertheless, it is sufficiently vaporous to be able to raise itself up into the air and travel to wherever it wants to go.
Where does a spirit get this semi-material envelope?
From each globe's own universal fluid. That is why the perispirit is not the same on all worlds. In passing from one world to another, spirits change their envelope just as you change your clothes.
Does the spirit's semi-material envelope have a specific form, and can it be seen?
Yes, it takes on form. according to the Spirit's volition, and that is how it sometimes appears to you in dreams or in the waking state, and how it may take on a visible and even tangible form.
The different orders of spirits.
Are all spirits equal, or is there some kind of hierarchy among them?
They are of different orders according to their individual degree of self-purification.
Are there a set number of orders or degrees of purification among spirits?
The number is unlimited because there is no line of demarcation that acts as a barrier between each order. Thus, the divisions may be multiplied or decreased at will. However, if we consider their general characteristics, we may reduce them to 3 principal orders. In the first order, we may put those who have already reached perfection, the pure spirits. In the second are those who have reached the middle of the scale. Their main concern is the desire to do the good. In the third are those who are toward the bottom of the scale, the imperfect spirits. These are characterized by ignorance, the desire for wrongfulness, and all the passions that delay their advancement.
Do the spirits of the second order only possess the desire to do the good, or do they also have the ability to actually do it?
Their ability depends on their degree of purification. Some possess scientific knowledge, others wisdom and goodness. All of them, however, have trials that they must yet endure.
Are all spirits of the third order altogether bad?
No, some do neither good nor evil. Others, however, actually take pleasure in evil and are pleased when they find an opportunity for it. Still others are frivolous or foolish spirits, more mischievous than wicked. These take more pleasure in spite than evil, and they also take pleasure in amusing themselves by vexing people and causing them petty annoyances and then laughing about it.
The progression of spirits.
Are spirits good or bad by nature, or may they seek to improve themselves?
They may improve themselves, and as they do so, they pass from a lower order to a higher one.
Have some spirits been created good and others bad?
God has created all spirits simple and ignorant, i.e., without knowledge. God has given each of them a mission. It is aimed at enlightening them and progressively leading them toward perfection through knowledge of the truth in order to draw them near to God. In that perfection, they will find eternal bliss without any troubles. Spirits acquire knowledge by experiencing the trials that God has imposed on them. Some humbly accept these trials and thus arrive more quickly at their destiny, whereas others cannot endure them without complaining. Thus, through their own fault, these latter ones remain far from perfection and bliss promised to them.
Are there spirits who remain forever in the lower orders?
No, all will become perfect. They change, albeit slowly, for, as we once said, a just and merciful Father cannot banish his children forever. Do you think that God, who is so great, so good, and so just, could be worse than you yourselves?
Does it depend on spirits themselves to hasten their advancement toward perfection?
Absolutely. The amount of time it takes them depends on their desire and submission to God's will. Doesn't a well-behaved child learn faster than one who is obstinate?
Could God exempt spirits from the trials that are required of them to reach the first order?
If they had been created already perfect, they would not deserve to enjoy the benefits of that perfection. Where would the merit be without the struggle? Besides, inequality among them is necessary for their personalities to develop, while the missions entrusted to them in the various degrees of the hierarchy reside in the designs of providence for ensuring the harmony of the universe.
Must all spirits pass through the trials of evil to reach the good? Not evil, but ignorance.
Not evil, but ignorance.
Why have some spirits followed the path of the good, but others the path of evil?
Don't they have free will? God does not create bad spirits. They are created simple and ignorant, that is, capable of both good and evil. Those who are bad have become so through their own will.
At their origin, how are spirits free to choose between good and evil when they are not yet self-aware? Is there some inner principle or tendency that leads them more toward one side than the other?
Free will develops as the spirit acquires self-awareness. There would be no actual choice if it were made by a cause extraneous to the spirit's will. The cause is not within the spirit, but outside in the influences to which it yields in virtue of its free will. This is the great symbol of the fall of humankind and original sin. Some yielded to temptation, others resisted it.
Why does God allow spirits to follow the path of evil?
How do you dare ask God to give account for the divine acts? Do you think you can delve into God's will? Instead, you should say that God's wisdom is found in the freedom of choice that has been granted to each spirit, so that each one may have the merit of its own deeds.
There are spirits who follow the path of the absolute good from the beginning, while others follow the path of absolute evil. Aren't there gradations between these two extremes?
Yes, certainly. They are the paths taken by the vast majority.
Will those spirits who follow the path of evil be able to arrive at the same degree of elevation as the others?
Yes, but the eternities will be much longer for them.
In God's sight, are the spirits who reach the highest degree after having gone down the path of evil less meritorious than the others?
God looks upon those who have gone astray with the same regard and loves all of them in the same way. They are regarded as bad because they have succumbed. Before that, they were nothing more than simple spirits.
Are all spirits created equal with regards to their intellectual faculties?
They are all created equal, but since they do not know where they come from, they must develop their free will. They progress in both intelligence and morality at different rates.
Angels and demons.
Do the beings we call angels, archangels, and seraphim form a special category that is different in nature from that of the other spirits?
No, these are the pure spirits, those at the highest degree of the hierarchy, inherently perfect in every way.
Have the angels also passed up through all of the degrees?
They have passed up through all of them, but as we have already said, some accepted their mission without grumbling and thus were able to arrive more quickly. Others took a longer or shorter amount of time to reach perfection.
If the opinion holding that there are beings that were created perfect and superior to all others from the start is erroneous, how does one explain their presence in the traditions of nearly all cultures?
You need to understand that your world has not existed from all eternity, and that long before it existed, there were already spirits of the highest degree. Hence, people assume they have always been perfect.
Are there demons in the usual sense of the word?
If there were demons, they would be the work of God, nevertheless. But would God be just and good in creating unfortunate beings that are eternally turned towards evil? If there are demons, they reside on your less evolved world and on other similar ones. They are the hypocritical men and women who portray a just God as a cruel and vindictive one. They are those who imagine they can please God by the abominable behaviors they commit in the divine name.
Chapter 2. The Incarnation of Spirits. The purpose of incarnation.
What is the purpose of the incarnation of spirits?
God imposes incarnation for the purpose of leading spirits to perfection. For some, it is an expiation; for others, a mission. However, in order to reach this perfection, they must undergo all the vicissitudes of corporeal existence. Therein lies their expiation. Incarnation has a further objective, which is to place spirits in situations where they can do their share in the work of creation. To this end, on each world they clothe themselves with an instrument that is in harmony with the essential matter of that world, so that they may use that instrument to carry out the orders of God. In this way, they contribute to the general work and progress at the same time.
Is incarnation necessary for spirits who have followed the path of the good from the beginning?
All are created simple and ignorant, gaining instruction through the struggles and tribulations of corporeal life. Since God is just, God would not make some blissful without their having deserved it through hardship and work.
But then what benefit is there for spirits to follow the path of the good if it does not exempt them from the hardships of corporeal life?
They reach the goal more quickly. Moreover, the hardships of life are often consequences of a spirit's imperfections. The more purified it becomes, the fewer torments it will have to suffer. Spirits who are not envious, jealous, greedy, or ambitious will not have to endure the torments that result from such defects.
The soul.
What is the soul?
An incarnate spirit,
What was the soul before its union with a body?
a spirit.
Are souls and spirits therefore one and the same thing?
Yes, souls are no more than spirits. Before uniting with a body, the soul is one of the intelligent beings who populate the invisible world, and it later temporarily assumes a physical envelope in order to purify and enlighten itself.
Do human beings possess something else besides a soul and body?
The link that unites the soul and the body,
What is the nature of this link?
it is semi-material, i.e. halfway between the nature of the spirit and that of the body. These two natures needed in order to communicate with each other. It is through this link that the spirit acts upon matter, and vice versa.
Is the soul independent of the vital principle?
The body itself is no more than an envelope, as we have repeatedly stated.
Can the body exist without the soul?
Yes, nevertheless, when the body dies, the soul abandons it. Previous to birth, there is no decisive union between the soul and body. After this union is established, however, only the death of the body can cut the bonds between the two, enabling the soul to leave. Organic life may animate a body that has no soul, but the soul cannot inhabit a body that has no soul.
What would our body be if it did not have a soul?
A mass of flesh without intelligence, anything you might want to call it except a human being.
Can the same spirit incarnate into two different bodies at the same time?
No, the spirit is indivisible and cannot animate two different beings at the same time.
What about the opinion of those who regard the soul as being the principle of material life?
It doesn't concern us, since it is only a matter of words. Start by trying to understand each other.
But certain spirits and certain philosophers before them have defined the soul as being an anemic spark that has emanated from the great whole. Why the contradiction?
There is no contradiction. Everything depends on the meaning of the words. Why don't you have one word for each thing?
What about the theory that the soul is subdivided into as many parts as there are muscles, thus presiding over each of the bodhi's functions?
That will also depend on the meaning attributed to the word soul. This definition is correct if by it we mean the vital fluid, but it is incorrect if we mean the incarnate spirit. We have already stated that the spirit is indivisible. It transmits movement to the organs through the intermediary fluid without dividing itself up.
Nevertheless, there are spirits who have given this definition.
Ignorant spirits may take the effect for the cause.
Is there anything correct in the opinion of those who think the soul is outside the body and surrounds it?
The soul is not fully enclosed in the body like a caged bird. Rather, it radiates and manifests outside of it, like a light shining from a glass globe or a sound vibrating out from a sonorous center. So, in a certain sense, it may be said that it is outside the body. It is not an envelope of the body, however. The soul has two envelopes. The first is light and subtle, which we call the perispirit. The other is dense, material, and heavy, which is the body. The soul is the center of these two envelopes, like a nut in its shell, as we have already said.
What about another theory holding that a child's soul continues to complete itself during each stage of life?
The spirit is only one, as whole in the child as it is in the adult. As instruments of the soul's manifestation, only the bodily organs develop and complete themselves. This is one more theory that takes the effect for the cause.
Then what is to be understood by the world soul?
The world soul is the universal principle of life and intelligence from which individualities are born, but frequently those who use this expression do not understand it. The word soul is so flexible that everyone interprets it according to their own imaginings. At times, it has even been held that the earth itself has a soul, but by this, we must understand it to mean the assembly of devoted spirits who direct your actions in the right direction when you listen to them, and who are, in a way, the lieutenants of God on your globe.
Why have so many ancient and modern philosophers discussed psychological science for so long without arriving at the truth?
These individuals were and are the precursors of the eternal Spiritist doctrine and have prepared the way for it. Being human and therefore subject to error, they have mistaken their own ideas for the light. These same errors, however, have served to bring the truth to light through the pros and cons of their doctrines. By the way, a comparative study would enable you to understand that in the midst of error, there is great truth.
Does the soul have a defined and circumscribed seat within the body?
No, although it resides more particularly in the head among great geniuses and all those who think much, and in the heart of those who feel much, who dedicate all their actions to humankind.
What should we think about the opinion of those who place the soul in some vital center?
One could say that the spirit more specially inhabits such a part of your organism, since all the sensations converge on that point. But to place it in what may be considered as the center of vitality would be to confuse it with the vital fluid or principle. Nevertheless, one could say that the seat of the soul may be more particularly found in the organs that serve for manifesting the intellectual and moral qualities.
Materialism.
Why are anatomists, physiologists, and, in general, most of those who delve into the natural sciences frequently led into materialism?
Physiologists judge everything by what they see because of pride. Humans imagine they know everything and cannot admit that something could possibly be beyond their understanding. Their own science thus makes them presumptuous. They think nature can hide nothing from them.
Isn't it odd that materialism is a consequence of studies that should, on the contrary, show humankind the superiority of the intelligence governing the world? Should we therefore conclude that such studies are dangerous?
It is not true that materialism is a consequence of such studies. Rather, it is people who draw a false conclusion from them, for they can abuse even the very best of everything. Moreover, nothingness troubles them more than they would have you believe, and those who are loudest are almost always more boastful than brave. Most of them are materialists because they have nothing available to fill the void of the abyss that has opened before them. However, throw them a life preserver, and they will eagerly grab onto it.
Chapter 3. The return from the corporeal to the spirit life. The soul after death.
What does the soul become at death?
It becomes a spirit again, i.e., it returns to the spirit world, which it had left for a time.
Does the soul preserve its individuality after death?
Yes, it never loses it. What would the soul be if it did not preserve its individuality?
What about the opinion that the soul returns to the universal whole after death?
Don't all the spirits taken together make up a whole? When you're in a group, you are an integral part of it, and yet you still retain your own individuality.
What evidence is there for the soul's individuality after death?
Don't you have such evidence through the communications you receive? If you were not blind, you would see. If you were not deaf, you would hear, because frequently a voice speaks to you and reveals to you the existence of it being outside yourselves.
The separation of the soul from the body.
Is the separation of the soul from the body a painful process?
No, frequently the body suffers more during life than at the moment of death. The soul itself feels nothing at death. The suffering that is sometimes experienced at the moment of death is pleasure for the spirit, for it sees that the end of exile is at hand.
How does the separation of the soul from the body occur?
Once the bonds that held the soul are ruptured, it disengages itself.
Can the final separation between soul and body occur before the complete cessation of organic life?
Sometimes, in the death throes, the soul has already left the body, which has nothing left in it except organic life. The individual no longer has any self-awareness, and yet a faint breath of life still remains. The body is a machine that is kept going by the heart, and it continues to live as long as the heart circulates blood in the veins, and for that it does not need the soul.
At the moment of death, does the soul sometimes experience a yearning or an ecstasy entailing a foreglimpse of the world it is about to re-enter?
The soul often feels that the bonds holding it to the body are loosening, and consequently it employs all its efforts to sever them entirely. Already partially released from matter, it beholds the future unfolding before it, and it enjoys the spirit state beforehand.
Can the example of the caterpillar, which begins by crawling on the ground, then shuts itself up in its cocoon in apparent death to be reborn into a brilliant existence, provide us an idea of terrestrial life, which is followed by the grave and then a new existence?
A pale idea, the image is good, but you must not take it literally, as you are often prone to do.
What sensation does the soul experience at the moment it realizes that it is in the spirit world?
That depends. If it has done evil for the love of it, the spirit is at first ashamed of what it has done. However, it experiences something completely different. If it has been morally upright, it feels relieved of a great weight, because it does not fear the most scrutinizing glance.
Does a spirit immediately meet those whom it knew on earth and who died before it?
Yes. Depending on the affection they had for one another, they frequently come to receive it as it strives to return to the spirit world, and they help free it from the bonds of matter. It also sees many whom it had lost sight of during its sojourn on earth. Additionally, it sees those who are in the errant state and goes to visit those who are still incarnate.
In violent or accidental death, when the organs are not yet debilitated by age or disease, does the separation of the soul and the cessation of life occur simultaneously?
Usually so. In any case, however, the instant that separates them is very short.
After being beheaded, for example, does an individual remain conscious for a few moments?
Frequently, it remains so for a few moments until the organic life is extinguished once and for all. However, many times the fear of death causes a loss of consciousness before the actual moment of execution.
Upon leaving the body, is the soul immediately conscious of itself?
Immediately is not the right word. It remains in a state of confusion for some time.
Do all spirits experience the confusion that follows the separation of the soul and body to the same degree and for the same amount of time?
No, it depends on how evolved they are. Those who are already purified are almost immediately self-aware because of their detachment from matter during corporeal life. However, carnal individuals with impure consciences retain the impression of matter much longer.
Does an understanding of Spiritism have any influence on the shorter or longer duration of this confusion?
It has a very considerable influence because the spirit understood what its situation would be beforehand. The practice of good and purity of conscience exerts the most influence, however.
The spirit state of confusion after death.
Upon leaving the body, is the soul immediately conscious of itself?
Immediately is not the right word. It remains in a state of confusion for some time.
Do all spirits experience the confusion that follows the separation of the soul and body to the same degree and for the same amount of time?
No, it depends on how evolved they are. Those who are already purified are almost immediately self-aware because of their detachment from matter during corporeal life. However, carnal individuals with impure consciences retain the impression of matter much longer.
Does an understanding of Spiritism have any influence on the shorter or longer duration of this confusion?
It has a very considerable influence, because the Spirit understood what its situation would be beforehand. The practice of good and purity of conscience exerts the most influence, however.
Chapter 4. The Plurality of Existences. Reincarnation.
How can a soul that did not reach perfection during its corporeal life complete the work of its purification?
By submitting to the trial of a new existence.
How does the soul accomplish this new existence? Through its transformation as a spirit?
As it purifies itself, the soul, of course, undergoes a transformation, but for this to occur, it needs the trial of corporeal life.
Then does the soul live many corporeal existences?
Yes, we all live many lives, and those who say otherwise wish to keep you in the ignorance in which they themselves dwell. That is their desire.
From this principle, it seems that after having left one body behind, the soul then takes another. In other words, it reincarnates into a new body. Is this the case?
Obviously.
What is the purpose of reincarnation?
Expiation and humankind's progressive improvement. Without reincarnation, how could there be justice?
Is the number of corporeal lives limited, or does a spirit go on reincarnating forever?
In each new life, a spirit takes another step on the path of progress. When it has stripped itself of all impurities, it has no further need of the trials of corporeal life.
Is the number of incarnations generally the same for all spirits?
No, those who advance quickly spare themselves many trials. Nevertheless, since progress is almost infinite, a large number of successive incarnations are always required.
What does the spirit become after its final incarnation?
A blessed spirit, a pure spirit.
The justice of reincarnation.
On what is the doctrine of reincarnation based?
On the justice of God and revelation. We will repeat this to you over and over. A good father always leaves the door of repentance open to his children. Doesn't reason tell you that it would be unjust to keep eternal bliss from those who have not enjoyed the opportunities needed to improve themselves? Aren't all people God's children? It is only among selfish human beings that we find iniquity, insatiable hatred, and unforgiving punishment.
Incarnation on different worlds.
Are all of our different corporeal existences lived on Earth?
No, not all of them. They may be lived on other worlds as well. Those on this globe are neither the first nor the last, but they are of the most material and the farthest from perfection.
With each new corporeal existence, does the soul pass from one world to another, or does it live several lives on the same globe?
It may live many lives on the same world if it has not evolved sufficiently to go to a more advanced one.
Can we come back to it again after having lived on other worlds?
Certainly. You may have already lived on other worlds besides Earth.
Is it necessary to live again on the Earth?
No, but if you do not progress, you may go to another world that is no better, perhaps one that is even worse.
Is there any special advantage in coming back to live on the Earth?
No special advantage, unless you come on a mission. However, in that case you will progress nonetheless, just like you would on any other world.
Wouldn't it be better to remain a spirit?
No, that would keep you at a standstill. What you want is to evolve toward God.
After having incarnated on other worlds, can spirits incarnate on this one without ever having come here before?
Yes, Just as you can incarnate on other globes, all worlds are in solidarity. What you have not accomplished on one, you may on another.
Then are there those who are on the earth for the first time?
There are many and at various degrees.
Is there some kind of indication by which we may recognize a spirit who is on the earth for the first time?
That would be of no use to you whatsoever.
In order to arrive at the perfection and supreme bliss that are humankind's final aim, must a spirit have lived on all the worlds in the entire universe?
No, because there are many worlds of like degree where the spirit would learn nothing new.
Then how can we explain the plurality of a spirit's lives on the same globe?
It may find itself there each time in very different situations, which will provide it with many opportunities to acquire experience.
Can spirits be reborn corporeally on a world that is relatively less evolved than the one on which they have already lived?
Yes. When they have a mission to fulfill in the name of progress, they joyfully accept the tribulations of this kind of existence because they furnish them a means for further advancement.
Mightn't this also occur as an expiation, and mightn't God send rebellious spirits to less evolved worlds?
Spirits may remain at a standstill, but they never regress. Thus, their punishment consists in not advancing and in having to recommence badly used lives in an environment more suited to their nature.
Who are the ones who must recommence the same existence?
Those who have failed in their mission or trials.
Are the beings that inhabit each world all at the same degree of purification?
No, it's like on Earth, there are some who are more advanced and some who are less advanced.
In passing from this world to another, does a spirit retain the intelligence it possessed here?
Yes, indeed, because intelligence is never lost. Such a spirit may not have the same means of expressing it, however, it depends both on its degree of purity and the state of the body it acquires.
Do the beings that inhabit different worlds have bodies similar to ours?
Of course they have bodies because the spirit must be clothed with matter in order to act upon matter. This envelope, however, is more material, or less so, according to the degree of purity the spirit has reached. This is what determines the differences among the worlds through which we must pass, for there are many dwellings in God's house and therefore many degrees. Some recognize this and are conscious of it here on the earth, but others know nothing at all about it.
Can we accurately know the physical and moral state of different worlds?
We, the spirits, can only reply to you according to your degree of evolution. This means that we must not reveal these things to everybody because not all are in the same position to comprehend them. Hence, such revelations would be troubling to them.
In passing from one world to another, must a spirit experience a new childhood?
Childhood is a necessary transition on all worlds, but it is not always as obtuse as it is on yours.
Can spirits choose the new world they will inhabit?
Not always, but they may ask for and receive what they desire if they deserve it, because spirits only have access to worlds according to their degree of purification.
If a spirit doesn't make a request, what determines the world on which it will reincarnate?
Its degree of purification.
Is the physical and moral state of living beings on each globe perpetually the same?
No, all worlds are subject to the law of progress. All began like yours. In an inferior state, however, the earth will undergo a transformation. It will become a terrestrial paradise when all humankind chooses good over evil.
Are there worlds on which the spirit no longer lives in a material body and only has the perispirit as its envelope?
Yes. And that envelope itself becomes so etherealized that to you it is as if it did not exist at all. This is the state of the pure spirits.
So based on this premise, it would seem that there is no precise line separating the state of the final incarnations and that of a pure spirit?
There is no such line. The difference diminishes little by little, finally becoming imperceptible like the night, fading away at the first light of day.
Is the perispirit's substance the same on all globes?
No. It is more etherealized on some than on others. When it goes from one world to another, a spirit clothes itself with the matter proper for each world at a speed faster than lightning.
Do pure spirits inhabit special worlds, or do they inhabit universal space without being attached to any particular globe?
Pure spirits inhabit certain worlds, but they are not confined to them as people are to the earth. They are much better than all others at being ubiquitous.
Progressive transmigration.
From the time it is first formed, does a spirit enjoy the fullness of its faculties?
No, like a human being, a spirit has its infancy. When they first come into being, spirits have no more than an instinctive existence, possessing only the consciousness of themselves and their actions. Their intelligence only develops little by little.
What is the state of the soul during its first incarnation?
It resembles the state of infancy in corporeal life. Its intelligence is only beginning to unfold. It tries its hand at life.
Are the souls of our primitives in a state of spiritual infancy?
It is a relative infancy, since they are already developed souls endowed with passions.
So do passions indicate development?
Development, yes, but not perfection. They are a sign of activity and an awareness of the self. In the very young soul, intelligence and life exist only in a seed-like state.
Through perfect conduct in this life, can we hurdle all the degrees and become pure spirits without having passed through the intermediate ones?
No, because what humans imagine as perfection is actually very far from it. There are qualities they neither know about nor comprehend. They may be as perfect as their earthly nature permits, but it is not absolute perfection. It is like certain children who, no matter how precocious they may be, must still pass through youth before arriving at maturity, or ailing individuals who must go through convalescence before fully recovering their health. Furthermore, spirits must advance in knowledge as well as in morality, and if they have progressed in one sense only, they will have to do so in the other in order to reach the top of the ladder. Nevertheless, the more individuals advance in their present life, the shorter and less painful their subsequent trials will be.
Can humans in this life at least assure themselves of a less bitter future existence?
Yes, of course, they can reduce the length and difficulties of the path. Only the negligent remain at a standstill.
During their new existences, can humans regress to a lower level than the one they have already reached?
In social position, yes. As a spirit, no.
During a new incarnation, can the soul of a moral individual animate the body of a scoundrel?
No, because a spirit cannot regress.
Can the soul of a wicked individual become the soul of a moral one?
Yes, if it repents, such would be a reward.
Mightn't the possibility of improving oneself in another existence lead some persons to persevere on the wrongful path with the thought that they can always correct themselves later?
Those who think that way do not really believe anything at all. The idea of eternal punishment does not restrain them either, because their reason rejects it. Instead, it leads them to question everything. If only reasonable means were used to guide humans, there would be no such skeptics. During its corporeal life, an imperfect spirit may think, as you have stated, but once released from matter, it thinks very differently. It soon perceives that it has calculated badly, and so to make up for it, it will carry an opposite sentiment into its new existence. Progress is accomplished thereby, which is why on the earth there are those who are more advanced than others. Some have already had the experiences that others have yet to go through. The latter acquire such experiences little by little. It depends on each individual to hasten his or her own progress or to delay it indefinitely.
Since spirits can only improve by undergoing the sufferings and tribulations of corporeal existence, doesn't it follow that material life may be seen as a type of sieve or filter through which the beings of the spirit world must pass in order to arrive at perfection?
Yes, that is right. They improve during such trials by avoiding wrongdoing and practicing the good. However, it is only after many incarnations or successive purifications and after a longer or shorter lapse of time that, according to their own efforts, they reach the goal meant for them.
Does the body influence the spirit to improve it, or does the spirit influence the body?
Your spirit is everything. Your body is a garment that rots. That is all.
The fate of children after death.
Is the spirit of a child who dies very young as advanced as that of an adult?
Sometimes much more so, because the child may have had more existences and may have therefore acquired more experiences, especially if he or she has progressed.
Then can the spirit of a child be more evolved than that of its parent?
That is very frequently the case. Haven't you yourself often witnessed it?
Does the spirit of a child who dies very young without having done anything bad belong to the higher degrees?
If such a child has done nothing bad, it has also done nothing good. God does not relieve such a spirit of the trials it must undergo. If it is pure, it is not because it was a child, but because it was already advanced.
What becomes of the spirit of a child who dies very young?
It begins a new existence.
Gender and spirits.
Are spirits male and female?
Not as you understand it, because gender depends on organic composition. Love and sympathy exist among spirits, but they are based on the affinity of sentiments.
Can a spirit who has animated the body of a man animate the body of a woman in a new existence, and vice versa?
Yes, since the same spirit can animate both male and female bodies.
When we are spirits, do we have a preference as to whether we will incarnate into a male or a female body?
It matters little to a spirit. It depends on the trials it must undergo.
Kinship, affiliation.
Do parents transmit a portion of their soul to their children, or do they give them only animal life, to which a new soul afterwards adds the moral life?
Only animal life. Since the soul is indivisible, daft parents may have intelligent children and vice versa.
Since we have had many existences, does kinship go back to previous ones?
It could not be otherwise. The succession of corporeal lives establishes ties among spirits dating back to former existences. Such frequently gives rise to the affinity between you and some spirits who you might think are strangers.
According to certain individuals, the doctrine of reincarnation appears to destroy family ties by carrying them back to previous lives.
Instead of destroying them, it extends them. Since kinships may be based on previous affections, the ties that unite members of the same family are less precarious. Moreover, reincarnation broadens the duties of fraternity, because your neighbor or your servant may be a spirit who was formerly related to you by blood.
It does, however, diminish the importance that some attach to their familial affiliation, because their father may be a spirit who had previously belonged to a different race, or who had occupied a much different social position.
That is true, but such importance is founded on pride. What most people honor in their ancestors are title, class, and fortune. They would blush if they had had an honest shoemaker for a grandfather, but would boast if they had descended from a debauchee of noble birth. No matter what people say or do, they will not prevent things from being what they are, for God does not regulate the laws of nature according to their vanity.
Since there may be no actual affiliation among the spirits of a particular family's descendants, would it be foolish for the members to honor their ancestors?
Assuredly not, because they should feel happy belonging to a family in which more highly evolved spirits have incarnated. Although spirits do not proceed from one another, they have no less affection for those who are linked to them by family ties, for they are often attracted to this or that family because of affinities or previous connections. You may be very sure that the spirits of your ancestors do not feel honored at all with the respect you render them out of pride. Their merits do not benefit you, except as you strive to follow their moral example. Only in that way can your memories not only be pleasant, but even useful to them.
Physical and moral likeness.
Parents almost always transmit a physical likeness to their children. Do they also transmit a moral likeness?
No, because their souls or spirits are different. The body proceeds from the body, but the spirit does not proceed from the spirit. There is no other link than blood kinship among descendants.
Don't the spirits of the parents exert an influence on their children after birth?
A very great influence because, as we have already said, spirits should aid in one another's progress as it is. The spirits of the parents have the mission of developing their children through education. This is a task for them. If they fail to perform it, they will be guilty.
Why is it that good and virtuous parents sometimes have bad?
Bad spirits may ask for good parents in the hope that their counsels will guide them along a better path. God often grants their wish.
Through their thoughts and prayers, can parents attract a good spirit instead of an imperfect one to indwell the body of their child?
No, they can, however, improve the spirit of the child to whom they have given birth and whom has been entrusted to them. It is their duty. Ill-natured children are a trial for their parents.
Where does the likeness of character come from, which so often exists among siblings, especially between twins?
They are sympathetic spirits who are attracted by similar sentiments and who are happy to be together.
In children whose bodies were born joined and who have some of their organs in common, are there two spirits, that is, two souls?
Yes, but their resemblance often makes them seem to you as though there is only one.
But if spirits incarnate as twins out of Sympathy 34, where does the aversion come from that may sometimes be noted between them?
It is not a rule that twins must be sympathetic spirits. Bad spirits may desire to struggle together on the stage of life.
What are we to think of the stories of children fighting in their mother's womb?
A figure of speech. In order to portray their hatred as ingrained, it is figuratively set before birth. Humans usually do not make sufficient allowance for images that are intended to be merely poetic.
Where does the distinctive character that we observe in each culture come from?
Like humans, spirits also form families through similarities in tendencies. The purity of such tendencies depends on how evolved the spirits are. Additionally, cultures are large families where sympathetic spirits congregate, and tendency that leads members of these families to congregate is the source of the individual likenesses that exist within the distinctive character of each culture. Do you think that good and humane spirits would seek to live among unrefined and cruel people? No, spirits are attracted to like-minded cultures, just as they are attracted to like-minded individuals. They look for their own group.
In their new lives, do individuals retain any traces of their moral character from former ones?
Yes, that can happen. However, as spirits evolve, they change, and their social position may change as well. If a master becomes a slave, his tastes will be very different, and it will be difficult for you to recognize him. Since a spirit is the same spirit in its various incarnations, its manifestations can have certain likenesses from one to the next. However, these will be modified through the customs of its new position until a notable improvement has completely changed its character. For example, the one who was proud and cruel can become humble and humane if it has repented.
During their different incarnations, do individuals retain any vestiges of their physical character from previous lives?
The body is destroyed and the new one has no connection with the old. Nevertheless, the spirit is reflected in the body. Although the body is only matter, it is molded by the spirit's qualities, which impress it with a certain character that is mainly visible in the face. For this reason, the eyes have been rightly described as the mirror of the soul, which means that the face most particularly reflects the soul. Thus, it may be that individuals who are extremely unattractive physically can nevertheless project something pleasant if they are good, mindful, and humane spirits. On the other hand, there are very attractive faces that awaken nothing in you. You might even find them repulsive. How can you believe that only perfect bodies house high-order spirits when every day you encounter moral individuals with deformed bodies? Although there may be no pronounced physical likeness, a similarity of tastes and tendencies can still pass on what we call an air of familiarity.
Innate ideas.
Does an incarnate spirit preserve any trace of the perceptions it had and the knowledge it acquired in its previous lives?
A vague memory remains, giving the incarnate spirit what you call innate ideas.
What is the origin of the extraordinary abilities of those individuals who, without any previous learning, seem to have an intuition about certain areas of knowledge such as languages, mathematics, etc.?
A memory of the past and the soul's previous progress of which it now has no awareness. Where else could such abilities have come from? Bodies change, but the spirit does not. It merely changes its garment.
In changing bodies, can spirits lose certain intellectual faculties? For example, could they cease to have a taste for the arts?
Yes, if they dishonored that faculty or made a bad use of it. Moreover, a faculty may remain dormant throughout an entire existence because the spirit wishes to exercise an unrelated one. In that case, it remains latent but reappears later.
Are the instinctive sentiment of the existence of God and the presentiment of the future life due to a retrospective memory that humans have even in the primitive state?
They are a memory they have retained of what they knew as spirits before incarnating, but pride often stifles this sentiment.
Chapter 5. Spirit Life. Errant spirits.
Does the soul reincarnate immediately after separation from the body?
Sometimes it reincarnates immediately, but most often after an interval of longer or shorter duration. On more highly evolved worlds, reincarnation is almost always immediate. Since the corporeal matter of those worlds is less coarse, an incarnate spirit enjoys nearly all of its spirit faculties. Its normal state is the same as that of your lucid somnambulists.
What becomes of the soul during the intervals between incarnations?
It becomes an errant spirit aspiring to and awaiting a new destiny.
How long may such intervals last?
From a few hours to thousands of centuries. Strictly speaking, there is no outside limit assigned to the errant state. It may last for a very long time, but never forever. Sooner or later, a spirit always has the opportunity to begin another existence, which serves for the purification of its previous ones.
Does the length of the interval depend on the spirit's own will, or can it be imposed as an expiation?
It is a consequence of its free will. Spirits know full well what they are doing in prolonging it, but for some, extending it is also a punishment inflicted by God. Others ask for it to be extended in order to pursue studies that cannot be done productively except in the spirit state.
Is the errant state in and of itself an indication of spirits who are less evolved?
No, since there are errant spirits of every degree. Incarnation is the state that is transitory, as we have already stated. In their normal state, spirits are disengaged from matter.
Could we say that all spirits who are not incarnate are errant?
Those who must reincarnate, yes, but the pure spirits who have reached perfection are not errant. Their state is definitive.
How do errant spirits learn, since it can hardly be in the same way as for us?
They study their past and seek ways to evolve. They watch and observe what is going on in the realms through which they pass. They listen to the discourse of enlightened individuals and the counsels of spirits who are more evolved than they are. And This provides them with ideas that they do not yet possess.
Do spirits retain any of the human passions?
Upon losing their corporeal envelope, high-order spirits leave base passions behind and retain only the ideals of the good, but low-order ones retain their passions. Otherwise, they would belong to the first order.
When they leave the earth behind, why don't spirits abandon their base passions since they are able to see the trouble they can cause?
On your world, there are persons who are excessively jealous. For instance, do you believe they will lose that defect upon leaving? After they leave the earth, since they are not entirely freed from matter, especially those who have displayed strong passions, they retain a sort of atmosphere around them that is infused with all their bad qualities. They only occasionally glimpse the truth so as to have the moral path revealed to them.
Can a spirit progress while in the errant state?
It may improve itself a great deal. It always depends on its own will and desire. However, it puts its newly acquired ideas into practice only during corporeal life.
Are errant spirits happy or unhappy?
Their degree of happiness or unhappiness depends on what they have merited. They either suffer from the passions whose essence they have retained, or they are happy according to their degree of dematerialization. In the errant state, a spirit realizes what it lacks in order to be happier. Thus, it searches for the means to attain it. However, it is not always permitted to reincarnate when it wants to. This in itself is a punishment.
While in the errant state, can spirits visit other worlds?
That depends. When the spirit leaves the body, it is still not completely disconnected from matter, hence it still belongs to the world on which it has lived, or to one of the same degree unless it has progressed sufficiently during its lifetime. Progression is the purpose to which it must hold, for it will never perfect itself unless it progresses. Nevertheless, it may go to certain more highly evolved worlds, but as an outsider, it can get only glimpses of such worlds, and these glimpses are what drive it to improve itself so that it may become worthy of the happiness enjoyed on them and to be able to inhabit them later.
Do spirits who are already purified ever go to less evolved worlds?
They frequently do so in order to help such worlds progress. Without these spirits, these worlds would be left to themselves without guides to direct them.
Transitional worlds.
As some have stated, are there worlds that serve as layovers and resting places for errant spirits?
Yes, there are worlds that are intended particularly for errant beings, worlds that they may temporarily inhabit, a type of campsite, a place where they can repose during a very long errant state, a state that is always somewhat wearisome. These are intermediary positions between worlds and are gradated according to the nature of the spirits who have access to them and where they will enjoy a greater or lesser sense of well-being.
Can the spirits who occupy such worlds leave whenever they wish?
Yes, spirits who temporarily inhabit those worlds can leave them to follow their destiny. Imagine them to be like migrating birds that land on an island in order to regain their strength before continuing on their way.
Do spirits progress during their layovers on these transitory worlds?
Certainly. Those who gather on them do so with the purpose of educating themselves in order to more easily obtain permission to go to better and better places until they reach the position of the elect.
Due to their special nature, are these transitional worlds destined forever to be layovers for errant spirits?
No, that function is only temporary.
Are they inhabited by corporeal beings at the same time?
No, their surface is barren. Those who inhabit them do not need anything.
Is this barrenness permanent, and is it connected to their special nature?
No, their barrenness is only transitory.
Then are these worlds destitute of natural beauties?
Their nature is expressed in the beauties of infinite space, which are no less admirable than what you call natural ones.
Since the state of these worlds is transitory, will the earth be among them someday?
It already has been.
At what period?
During its formation.
Perceptions, sensations, and sufferings of spirits.
Once in the world of spirits, does the soul still have the perceptions it had in this life?
Yes, and others that it did not have because its body was like a veil that obscured them. Intelligence is a natural attribute of the spirit, but it is expressed more freely when it is unshackled.
Are the perceptions and understanding of spirits unlimited? In other words, do they know everything?
The nearer they approach perfection, the more they know. If they are high-order spirits, they know much. Low-order spirits are more or less ignorant on all subjects.
Do spirits have a more correct and precise idea of the present than we do?
More so or less so, just as someone who sees clearly has a more correct idea of things than a blind person. Spirits see what you do not see, and they judge differently than you. But once again, it depends on how evolved they are.
How do spirits have knowledge about the past? Is such knowledge unlimited for them?
When we concern ourselves with it, the past is present, precisely in the same way you remember something that has impressed you during your exile. However, since we are no longer hampered by the material veil that clouds your minds, we remember things that have disappeared from your memory. Spirits, however, do not know about everything, especially their own creation.
Do spirits who have reached perfection possess complete knowledge of the future?
Complete is not the right term because God alone is sovereign. No one can equal God.
When a low-order spirit says that a thing is forbidden or permitted to it by God, how does it know that the order has actually come from God?
It does not see God, but senses this divine sovereignty, and when something must not be done or when a word must not be spoken, it receives a sort of intuition, a secret warning which keeps it from proceeding. Don't you yourselves have presentiments that are like secret warnings to do or not to do something? The same happens with us, but to a higher degree. You should understand that since the essence of spirits is more subtle than yours, we can more easily receive divine warnings.
Is the order transmitted by God directly or through other spirits?
It does not come from God directly, because to communicate with God directly, one must deserve it. God transmits divine orders through spirits that are more evolved in purification and instruction.
Is spirit's sight circumscribed as it is in corporeal beings?
No, it resides within the entire spirit.
Do spirits need to move about in order to see in two different places? For instance, can they see what is happening simultaneously in two hemispheres of the globe?
Since spirits travel at the speed of thought, we can say that they see everywhere all at once. Their thought can radiate and be directed to many points at the same time. But this faculty depends on their purity. The less pure they are, the more limited their sight. Only the high-order spirits can see everything as a whole.
Is the hearing faculty like that of sight in their whole being?
All perceptions are attributes of the spirit and are part of its being. When it is clothed with a material body, perceptions only arrive through organic channels. In the state of freedom, however, they are no longer localized.
Since the perceptions are attributes of the spirit itself, can it stop using them?
A spirit only sees and hears what it wants to. At least this is generally the case, especially for more evolved spirits, because less evolved ones frequently must hear and see what may be useful for their improvement, whether they want to or not.
Are spirits sensitive to music?
Do you mean your music? What is that kind of music when compared to celestial music, that harmony of which nothing on earth can give you an idea? One is to the other what the primitive chant is when compared with a soft melody. Nevertheless, ordinary spirits may take a certain pleasure in listening to your music because they are not yet able to appreciate anything more sublime. For spirits, music has infinite charm due to their highly developed, sensitive qualities. Of course, I am referring to celestial music, which is everything the spiritual imagination can conceive of as the most beautiful and delicate of all.
Do spirits experience our physical needs and sufferings?
They know about them, for they have endured them, but they do not experience them physically as you do, because they are spirits.
Do spirits feel fatigue and the need for rest?
They cannot feel fatigue as you understand it, and therefore they do not need corporeal rest, because they do not possess organs in which the energies must be restored. However, spirits do rest, meaning they do not remain in a state of constant activity. They do not act in a physical way, because their action is entirely intellectual and their rest is entirely mental. There are moments when their thought decreases in activity and is no longer directed toward any object in particular. This is a true repose for them, but it cannot be compared to that of the body. The kind of fatigue that spirits can experience is in proportion to how evolved they are. The more purified they are, the less rest they need.
When a spirit says that it is suffering, what is the nature of such suffering?
Mental anguish, which tortures it more acutely than physical suffering.
Why do some spirits complain about the cold or heat?
It is a remembrance of what they suffered during their life, a feeling as painful as the reality itself. Frequently, they use this expression for lack of a better one to express their situation. When they remember their body, they experience a sensation similar to when you take off a heavy coat. Immediately afterwards, you continue to feel its weight on your shoulders.
Theoretical essay on sensation in spirits.
The body is the instrument of pain. If not its primary cause, at least its immediate cause. The soul has the perception of such pain, and this perception is the effect. The memory that it preserves of pain can be very acute, but this does not imply any physical sensation. Actually, cold and heat cannot disorganize the soul's tissues. A soul can neither freeze nor burn. Every day, do we not see the memory of or the concern about a physical ill producing its effects, even to the extent of causing death?
No, I'm not dead.
The choice of trials.
While in the errant state and before a new corporeal existence, does a spirit have the awareness and foresight of what will happen to it during its new lifetime?
The spirit itself chooses the kinds of trials it will undergo. Its free will consists in doing so.
Then is it not God who imposes the tribulations of life on it as a chastisement?
Nothing happens without God's permission, because it was God who established all the laws that govern the universe. You may as well ask why God made such and such a law instead of some other one. In giving a spirit freedom of choice, God leaves to it the entire responsibility for its acts and their consequences. Nothing stands in the way of its future. The path of the good or the path of wrongdoing is an open choice. If the spirit succumbs to its trials, there is still the consolation that not everything is lost, because God, out of divine goodness, allows it to start over where it failed. It is necessary to distinguish between what is the work of God's will and what is the work of human will. If a danger threatens you, it is not you who have created it, but God. However, you have willingly exposed yourself to it because you saw it as a way to advance, and God has allowed it to happen.
If our spirit chooses the kinds of trials it will undergo, are all the tribulations of life therefore foreseen and chosen by us?
Not all of them, because it cannot be said you have chosen and foreseen every single thing that happens to you in the world down to the smallest detail. You have chosen the kinds of trials. The details are consequences of the position you have chosen, and frequently of your own actions. If a spirit chose to be born among wrongdoers, for example, it already knew what kind of temptations it would face, but it did not know how it would act in any given situation. Its actions are the products of its volition or free will. In choosing a particular path, A spirit knows it will have to endure the struggles that arise thereon, and it knows the nature of the tribulations it will encounter, but it does not know what events await it. The details spring from circumstances and the force of things. Only the major events that will influence its destiny are foreseen. If you walk down a path full of ruts, you know you must be very cautious because you run the risk of tripping. But you do not know when you will trip, and maybe you will not trip at all if you are sufficiently on your guard. If you are walking down the sidewalk and a tile falls on your head, you must not think that it was written beforehand, as it is commonly said.
Why would a spirit want to be born among wrongdoers?
It has to be sent into the environment in which it can experience its requested trial. To this end, it must find an analogous situation. For example, in order to struggle against the instinct of thievery, it must dwell among thieves.
If there were no longer any wrongdoers on earth, would spirits not be able to find the necessary conditions for certain trials?
And would that be something to regret? That is what happens on highly evolved worlds, where evil has no access. Thus, only good spirits dwell on them. Use all your efforts to ensure that the same happens as soon as possible on your earth.
In the trials it has to undergo to reach perfection, must a spirit experience every type of temptation possible? In other words, will it have to go through all the circumstances that can trigger pride, jealousy, greed, lust, etc.?
Of course not. You should be aware of the fact that there are those who from the beginning have taken a road that has spared them many trials, but those who allow themselves to be led down the road of wrongdoing risk all its dangers. For instance, a spirit may ask for wealth and it will be given. Then, depending on its character, it may become greedy or wasteful, selfish or generous, or it may indulge in all the pleasures of sensuality. This, however, does not mean that it had to experience all those tendencies fatalistically.
How can a spirit who at its origin is simple, ignorant, and inexperienced, consciously choose an existence and be responsible for its choices?
God compensates for its inexperience by outlining the path it should follow, as you do for a child from birth. However, as the spirit's free will develops, God gradually leaves it the freedom to choose its own way. It is at this point that the spirit will choose the wrongful path if it does not listen to the advice of good spirits. This is what we may call the fall of man.
When a spirit enjoys its free will, does the choice of its next corporeal existence always depend solely on its own volition, or can it be imposed on the spirit by God's will as an expiation?
God knows how to wait. God never hastens expiation. Nevertheless, God can impose a certain existence on a spirit when, due to its impurity or ill will, it is not capable of determining what would be most useful, and when God sees that such an existence could serve for its purification and advancement, and at the same time its expiation.
What guides a spirit in choosing the trials it wants to bear?
It chooses what may serve as an expiation according to the nature of its wrongs and whatever might enable it to evolve more quickly. Some spirits may impose a life of poverty and hardship on themselves in order to try to bear it with courage. Others may wish to experience the temptations of fortune and power, which are much more dangerous than poverty, because of the abuse and ill use that may be made of them, and because of the base passions they encourage. Still, others may desire to be tested in the struggles they will have to bear in the contact with various vices.
If some spirits choose contact with vice as a trial, are there others who choose it out of affinity and the desire to live in surroundings that cater to their tastes, or where they may give free rein to their materialistic tendencies?
Of course there are, but only among those whose moral sense is still underdeveloped. The trial derives from this, and they must endure it for a longer time. Sooner or later they will understand that satisfying their crude passions has deplorable consequences, which they will have to endure for a period that will seem like an eternity. God may leave them in this state until they have understood their wrongs, and then ask for the means of redeeming them through profitable trials.
Wouldn't it be natural for a spirit to choose the least painful trials possible?
For you, yes. For the spirit, no. Once it has freed itself from matter, illusion disappears and it thinks differently.
Can a spirit choose its next corporeal life during its present one?
Its desire may have an influence depending on its intention. In the spirit state, however, it frequently sees things quite differently. It is the spirit as such that makes the choice, but even so, it may make it during its material life because the spirit always has moments in which it is independent of the matter it inhabits.
Don't many individuals desire greatness and wealth, but not as an expiation or a trial?
Undoubtedly, it is the flesh that desires greatness and wealth in order to enjoy them, but it is the spirit that desires them in order to experience the tribulations they can cause.
Until it reaches the state of perfect purity, does a spirit have to constantly undergo trials?
Yes, but they are not as you understand them. You call material tribulations trials, even though it may not yet be perfect. A spirit that reaches a certain degree does not have any more trials to endure. However, it always has non-suffering duties consisting in helping others to improve themselves. These will, in turn, help it evolve further.
Can a spirit be mistaken as to the effectiveness of a trial it chooses?
It may choose one that exceeds its strength and then it fails at it. It may also choose one that will not be profitable at all, for example, a kind of idle and useless life. In such a case, however, upon returning to the spirit world, it realizes that it has gained nothing and asks to make up for lost time.
Why do persons have certain vocations or the desire to follow one career instead of another?
It seems to me that you can answer this question yourselves. Isn't it the result of everything we have said about the choice of trials and the progress accomplished in a preceding existence?
When a spirit in the errant state studies the conditions that will enable it to progress, how could it possibly imagine it could do so by being born among cannibals?
Spirits who have already advanced are not born among cannibals, only those of the same nature as cannibals, or those who are even less evolved.
Can spirits who come from a world that is less evolved than Earth or from a much less advanced people such as cannibals be born amongst civilized people?
Yes, there are those who err by wanting to ascend too quickly, but they are out of place among you. They display habits and instincts that clash with yours.
Could a person belonging to a civilized culture reincarnate into a less advanced one as an expiation?
Yes, but it would depend on the kind of expiation. Masters who had been cruel to their servants might become servants themselves and suffer the harsh treatment they used to inflict on others. Those who gave orders at one time might, in a new existence, obey those who formerly bent to their will. This would be an expiation if they used to abuse their power, and God can impose it on them. Furthermore, a good spirit may choose an influential life amidst such a culture to enable it to advance. In that case, it is a mission.
Relationships beyond the grave.
Do the different orders of spirits establish a hierarchy of powers, and is there subordination and authority among them?
Very much so. Spirits have authority over one another relative to their degree of evolution and exert it through an irresistible moral ascendancy.
Can low-order spirits evade the authority of those who are more evolved?
I said irresistible.
Do the power and influence that individuals enjoy on Earth warrant them any supremacy in the spirit world?
No, because the lowly will be exalted and the great will be abased. Read the Psalms.
How should we understand this exalting and abasing?
Don't you already know that spirits are of different orders according to their merits? Well then, the greatest on earth may be in the last class among the spirits, while their servants may be in the first. Don't you understand this? Didn't Jesus say, "Whosoever humbles himself shall be exalted, and whosoever exalts himself shall be humbled"?
Don't those who were great on earth but find themselves abased among the spirits feel humiliated?
Frequently, they feel greatly humiliated, especially if they have been proud and jealous.
After a battle, does a soldier who meets his general in the spirit world still acknowledge him as his superior?
The title is nothing. True superiority is everything.
Are the spirits of different orders mixed together?
Yes and no. That is, they may see each other, but they are distinguished from each other. They avoid or approach one another according to the similarity or dissimilarity of their sentiments, as is also the case amongst you. It is an entire world in and of itself, and yours is only a dim reflection of it. Those of the same order are drawn together by a sort of affinity, and they form groups or families of spirits united by sympathy and purpose. The good ones by their desire to do good, the bad ones by their desire to do evil, by shame for their wrongs, and by the need to find themselves among others like them.
Do all spirits have mutual access to one another?
The good ones go everywhere. It must be this way in order to bring their influence to bear upon the bad ones. Nevertheless, the realms inhabited by the good ones are forbidden to the imperfect ones, so that the latter cannot bring their passions there.
What is the nature of the relationship between good and bad spirits?
The good ones seek to combat the bad tendencies of the others in order to help them evolve. It is a mission.
Why do certain low-order spirits take pleasure in inducing us to commit wrongs?
They do so out of spite for not having deserved to be among the good ones. Their desire is to prevent inexperienced spirits as much as possible from attaining the supreme good. They want to make others experience what they themselves are experiencing. Don't you see the same amongst yourselves?
How do spirits communicate with one another?
See and comprehend one another. Speech is material. It is a reflection of the spirit. The universal fluid establishes a constant communication among them. It is the vehicle for the transmission of thought, as the air is for you the vehicle for sound. It is a sort of universal telegraph line that connects all worlds, enabling spirits to communicate from one world to another.
Can spirits disguise their thoughts and hide themselves from each other?
No, everything is out in the open for them, especially when they are perfect. They may be apart, but they always see each other. This is not an absolute rule, however, since certain spirits can very easily make themselves invisible to others if they deem it useful.
Since spirits no longer have a body, how can they establish their own individuality and make themselves recognizable to others around them?
They establish their individuality by means of their perispirit, which makes them distinct from one another, as do bodies among humans.
Do spirits recognize each other after having lived here on Earth?
Yes, and thus from generation to generation.
How do those who knew each other on Earth recognize each other in the spirit world?
We see our past life and read it there as if it were a book. As we watch the friends and enemies of our past, we also witness their passage from life to death.
Upon leaving its mortal remains behind, does the soul immediately see the relatives and friends who preceded it into the spirit world?
Not always immediately. As we have already said, it requires some time to recognize its situation and shake off the material veil.
How is the soul received upon its return to the spirit world?
The soul of the just as a beloved and long-awaited brother or sister, the soul of the wicked as a despised being.
What sentiment do impure spirits experience at the sight of another bad spirit who has just arrived?
Bad spirits are pleased at seeing beings who resemble them and who are deprived, like they are, of infinite happiness, just like on earth. It is a rascal among equals.
Do our relatives and friends sometimes come to meet us when we leave the earth?
Yes, they come to meet the soul they love. If it has escaped the dangers of the road, they congratulate it as though it were returning from a journey, and they help it to break free of its corporeal bonds. It is a blessing granted to good spirits when those who love them come to meet them. On the other hand, those who are blemished remain in isolation or are surrounded only by spirits like themselves, it is a punishment.
Are relatives and friends always reunited after death?
That depends on how evolved they are and the path they are following for their advancement. If one of them is more advanced and progresses more quickly than the other, they cannot remain together. They may see each other occasionally, but they will not be reunited until they can walk side by side or when they have reached equality of purification. Moreover, being kept from seeing relatives and friends is sometimes a punishment.
Sympathies and antipathies among spirits. Eternal halves.
Besides a general sympathy 40 that results from various similarities, are there special affections among spirits?
Yes, just as among humans. However, the link that unites spirits is stronger in the absence of the body because they are no longer exposed to the vicissitudes of the passions.
Will two beings who were enemies on earth retain their resentment in the spirit world?
No, they will understand that their hatred was senseless and its motive childish. Only imperfect spirits retain a sort of animosity until they are purified. If it was nothing more than a material interest that had separated them, they will no longer think about it, no matter how little dematerialized they are. If there is no antipathy between them, and if the cause of their dissension no longer exists, they can meet each other again with pleasure.
Is the remembrance of the wrongs that two individuals have committed against each other an obstacle to their sympathy?
Yes, it makes them keep their distance from each other.
What sentiment do those whom we have wronged in this world experience after death?
If they are good, they forgive you according to your repentance. If they are bad, they may hold on to their resentment and at times even pursue you in another existence. God can allow this as a chastisement.
Does the affection that two beings had for each other on earth always continue in the spirit world?
Yes, of course, if it is based on true sympathy. However, if physical attraction has had more influence than sympathy, it will cease with the cause. Affections among spirits are more solid and lasting than on earth because they are not subject to the whims of material interests and self-centeredness.
Are souls who must get together predestined for such a union from their origin? And does each one of us have, in some part of the universe, our other half, whom we will someday inevitably join?
No, there is no particular and predestined union between two souls. Unity exists among all spirits, but in different degrees according to the order they occupy and according to their degree of purification. The greater their purification, the more united they are. All the ills of humankind are born from discord. Concord gives rise to complete happiness.
In what sense should we understand the term other half, which certain spirits use to designate sympathetic spirits?
The expression is imprecise. If one spirit were another spirit's other half, it would be incomplete when separate from the other.
When two perfectly sympathetic spirits are united, will they remain so throughout eternity, or can they separate and unite with other spirits?
All spirits are mutually united. I am referring to those who have already reached perfection. In less evolved spheres, after a spirit has improved itself, it no longer has the same sympathy for those whom it has left behind.
Are two sympathetic spirits each other's complement, or is such sympathy the result of perfect affinity?
The sympathy that attracts one spirit to another is the result of the perfect harmony of their tendencies and instincts. If one of them were necessary to complete the other, it would lose its individuality.
Does the affinity needed for perfect sympathy consist only in a similarity of thoughts and sentiments, or does it also consist in a uniformity of acquired knowledge?
It consists in the equality of their evolution.
Could spirits who are not sympathetic today become sympathetic later?
Yes, all will be someday. Thus, when a spirit who today inhabits a certain less evolved sphere is perfected, it will reach the sphere where the other dwells. Their reunion will occur more quickly, however, if the more evolved spirit has remained at a standstill because it has poorly borne the trials to which it submitted itself.
May two sympathetic spirits cease to be sympathetic?
Certainly, if one of them is idle.
The remembrance of corporeal existence.
Does the spirit remember its corporeal existence?
Yes, having lived many times as a human being, it remembers what it has been, and I assure you that sometimes it laughs, pitying its behavior.
Does the memory of its last corporeal existence completely and unexpectedly return to the spirit after death?
No, it returns little by little, like something that appears out of the fog, and to the degree that the spirit fixes its attention on it.
Does the spirit remember all the events of its life in detail, assimilating the whole in one retrospective glance?
It remembers things according to the consequences they hold for its situation as a spirit, but you should understand that there are circumstances to which it attributes no importance whatsoever and which it does not even try to remember.
Could it remember them if it wanted to?
It can recall the minutest details and incidents, events, or even thoughts, but when such has no usefulness, it does not do so.
Does it see the purpose of earthly life in relation to its future life?
Assuredly, it sees and understands it much better than when it lived in the body. It understands the need for purification in order to reach the infinite, and it knows that during each existence it frees itself from a few impurities.
How does its past life unfold in its memory? By an effort of the imagination or like a picture it holds before its eyes?
Both ways. All the actions that it has an interest in remembering are as if they were present. The others remain more or less at the back of its memory or are entirely forgotten. The more dematerialized it is, the less importance it attributes to material things. You often evoke an errant spirit who has just left the earth and does not remember the names of the people it has loved or the details that seem important to you. That is because it is no longer concerned with them, and they have fallen into forgottenness. What it remembers very well, however, are the main events that have aided in its progress.
Does the spirit remember all the lives that preceded the one it has just left behind?
Its entire past unfolds before it like the legs of a journey. However, as we have already stated, it does not recall all its actions with absolute precision, and it remembers them only according to the influence they have on its present state. As for its earliest existences, those that may be regarded as the spirit's infancy, they are lost in the void and disappear into the night of forgottenness.
How does the spirit regard the body it has just left behind?
As an ill-fitting garment that has inconvenienced it and which it feels happy to have gotten rid of.
What sentiment does it experience at the sight of its body decomposing?
Almost always indifference. It is a thing it no longer cares about.
After a certain amount of time has elapsed, does the spirit recognize its bones or other things that had belonged to it?
Sometimes, depending on the more or less evolved way in which it regards terrestrial things.
Does the respect we have for the material things that a spirit has left behind attract its attention to them? And does it regard such respect with pleasure?
The spirit is always happy at being remembered. The things we save that once belonged to it awaken its memories, but it is the thought that attracts it to you and not the objects themselves.
Do spirits hold on to the memory of the sufferings they bore during their last corporeal existence?
They frequently do, and this memory enables them to better appreciate the happiness they now enjoy as spirits.
Do humans who were happy on earth miss the pleasures they left behind?
Only low-order spirits could miss the pleasures which correspond to the impurities of their nature and which they must expiate through suffering. For more evolved spirits, eternal happiness is 1,000 times preferable to the fleeting pleasures of earth.
Do those who have begun great works intended for a useful purpose, but which they see interrupted by death, lament at having left them unfinished?
No, because they understand that others are meant to complete them. On the contrary, they try to influence other human spirits to continue them. Their aim on earth was the wellness of humankind. That aim is the same in the spirit world.
Do those who leave their works of art or literature behind retain the love they had for them during life?
Depending on how much they have evolved, they often judge them differently and frequently disapprove of what they most admired.
Does the spirit still have an interest in the works that are being done on earth for the progress of the arts and sciences?
It depends on how much it has evolved or on the mission it may have to fulfill. What appears magnificent to you is often a small matter indeed to certain spirits who admire it like a scholar admires the work of a student. They examine only that which can demonstrate the elevation and progress of incarnate spirits.
After death, do spirits retain their love for their native land?
It is always the same principle. For high-order spirits, their native land is the universe. On earth, it is the place in which there is the greatest number of people sympathetic to them.
Do spirits' ideas change in the spirit life?
Very considerably. Their ideas undergo large modifications as they become more dematerialized. They may sometimes hold on to the same ideas for a long time, but little by little the influence of matter diminishes, and they see things more clearly. It is then that they seek ways to improve.
Since the spirit had already lived the spirit life before its incarnation, why is it so astonished when it re-enters the spirit world?
That is only the effect of the first moments and the state of confusion following its awakening. Later, it recognizes its state completely as the memory of the past returns and the impression of terrestrial life fades away.
The commemoration of the dead. Funerals.
Are spirits sensitive to being remembered by their loved ones on earth?
Much more than you may suppose. Being remembered adds to their happiness if they are already happy and consoles them if they are despondent.
Does Memorial Day hold a more solemn meaning for spirits? Do they prepare to visit those who pray over their remains?
Spirits answer to the call of thought on that day as on all others.
Is it for them a meeting day at their gravesides?
They assemble in greater numbers on that day because the number of persons who call to them is larger, but each one only pays attention to its friends and not the crowd of indifferent people.
In what form do they come, and what would they look like if they could make themselves visible?
They would look like they did while alive.
Do forgotten spirits, whose graves are not visited by anyone, come despite that fact and feel troubled at not seeing any friends remembering them?
What is the earth to them? They are only linked to it by the heart. If no one loves them any longer, there is nothing that can make such spirits feel connected to the earth. They have the whole universe before them.
Does a visit made to its grave provide more satisfaction to a spirit than a prayer made on its behalf in someone's home?
A visit to its grave is a way of showing that one is thinking of the absent spirit. It is the exteriorization of the thought. I have already told you that it is the prayer that blesses the act of remembering. The place itself is of little importance if the prayer comes from the heart.
Do the spirits of individuals who are to be honored with statues or monuments attend the inaugurations and watch them with pleasure?
Many watch them when they can, but they are less sensitive to the honors paid to them than to the memories.
Where does the desire come from where certain persons wish to be buried in one place rather than in another? Do they return to it with more satisfaction after death? And is the importance given to a physical thing a sign of a spirit's impure nature?
A spirit's affection for certain places is a sign of moral impurity. What does one piece of earth represent more than another to an evolved spirit? Doesn't it know that its soul will be reunited with its loved ones, even though their bones may be far apart?
Should gathering together the mortal remains of all the members of a family be considered meaningless?
No, It is a pious custom and a witness to the sympathy of loved ones. If such gatherings mean little to spirits, they are nonetheless useful to humans. Their memories are better concentrated.
Is a soul that has returned to life as a spirit sensitive to the honors paid to its mortal remains?
When a spirit has already reached a certain degree of purification, it has no more earthly vanity and it comprehends the futility of all these things. Nevertheless, you should know that there are spirits who, in the first moments of death, take great satisfaction in the honors paid to them. Others become troubled if they see that their envelope is being forgotten, because they still hold on to some of the prejudices of this world.
Do they feel flattered by a large gathering at their burial?
More so or less so, according to the sentiments of the people gathered there.
Does the spirit attend the meetings of its heirs?
Almost always. God wills it for its instruction and as punishment for guilty ones. It is there that the spirit judges what its heirs' declarations of affection are really worth. All sentiments become patent to the spirit, and the disappointment it feels in seeing the greed of those who divide up the spoils makes their true sentiments very clear. However, their time shall also come.
Is the instinctive respect of people for the dead in all times and among all cultures the result of the intuition of a future existence?
It is its natural consequence. Without it, such respect would have no meaning.
Chapter 6. The Return to Corporeal Life. Preludes to the Return.
Do spirits know the time when they will have to reincarnate?
They can sense it like a blind man who feels the fire he is approaching. They know they must return to a body just as you know you must die someday, but without knowing when it will happen.
Is reincarnation therefore a necessity of spirit life, as death is a necessity of corporeal life?
Yes, it is.
Do all spirits concern themselves with their approaching reincarnation?
There are those who never give it a thought, who do not even comprehend it. It depends on the degree of their advancement. For some, uncertainty about their future life is a punishment.
Can spirits hasten or delay the moment of their reincarnation?
They may hasten it through strong desire. They may also delay it if they recoil from the upcoming trial, since among spirits there are cowardly and indifferent ones. However, they do not delay it with impunity. They will suffer for it, like those who refuse the medicine that can restore them to health.
If a spirit felt quite happy in an average situation among discarnate spirits and had no ambition to evolve, could it prolong its errant state indefinitely?
No, not indefinitely. Advancement is a necessity, and spirits must pursue it sooner or later. All must evolve, it is their destiny.
Is the union of a soul with a particular body predestined, or is the choice made at the last moment?
The spirit is always designated beforehand. In choosing the trial it wishes to undergo, the spirit asks to reincarnate, and God, who sees and knows everything, sees and knows beforehand that a particular soul will unite with a particular body.
Does a spirit have the right to choose the body it will enter, or does it only choose the kind of life that will serve as its trial?
It may also choose its body because the bodhi's imperfections will be the trials that will help its advancement if it overcomes the obstacles it encounters thereby. This choice is not always up to the spirit, but it may at least ask for it.
Could it happen that there might be no spirit who is willing to incarnate in a particular unborn child?
God would provide for this. When a child is to be born viable, it is always predestined to have a soul. Nothing is created without a design.
Can the union of a spirit with a particular body be imposed by God?
Such a union may be imposed in the same way as the spirit's other trials, especially when it is not yet able to make a conscious choice about the matter. Moreover, as expiation, a spirit may be compelled to unite with the body of a particular child who, by its birth and the position it will have in the world, may become a means of punishment for that spirit.
If it just so happened that several spirits presented themselves to occupy the same body, how would the decision be made among them?
Several spirits could very well request the same body, but in such cases it is God who decides which one is best suited to fulfill the mission for which the child is destined. But, as I have already said, the spirit is designated before the instant in which it is to join the body.
Is the moment of incarnation accompanied by a state of confusion similar to the one following discarnation?
The confusion is much greater, and especially much longer. At death, a spirit escapes slavery. At birth, it enters it.
Is the moment of incarnation a solemn one for the spirit? Does it accomplish it as something serious and important?
The spirit is like a traveler embarking on a dangerous voyage, not knowing if he will meet death on the waves ahead.
Is a spirit's uncertainty as to the probability of successfully enduring the trials it will experience in life a cause of anxiety before its incarnation?
It is a cause of great anxiety because the trials of its existence will either delay or hasten its evolution, depending on whether they are born well or badly.
At the moment of its reincarnation, is the spirit accompanied by spirit friends who come to assist with its departure from the spirit world, just as they come to meet it when it returns?
That depends on the sphere the spirit inhabits. If it belongs to a sphere in which affection reigns, spirits who love it accompany it up to the last moment, encouraging it and quite frequently following it during its lifetime.
Are the spirit friends who follow us throughout life those who we sometimes see in our dreams, and who show their affection for us even though we do not recognize them physically?
Quite often they are. They come to visit you as you would visit a prisoner in jail.
The joining of the soul with the body. Abortion.
At what moment does the soul actually join the body?
The union begins at conception, but is only complete at the moment of birth. From the moment of conception, the spirit designated to inhabit a given body is connected to it by a fluidic tie which gets tighter and tighter up to the instant the child is born. The newborn's cries announce that it has entered the number of the living and the servants of God.
Is the union between the spirit and body definitive from the moment of conception? During this first stage, could the spirit refuse to inhabit the body that has been designated for it?
The union is definitive in the sense that no other spirit can replace the one that has been designated for that particular body. However, since the ties that bind it are very tenuous and easy to break, they may actually be severed by the will of a spirit that recoils from the trial it has chosen. In that case, the child does not survive.
What happens to a spirit if the body it has chosen dies before birth?
It chooses another.
What could be the usefulness of such premature deaths?
The imperfections of matter are frequently the cause of such deaths.
What usefulness can a spirit derive from incarnating into a body that dies a few days after birth?
Such a being does not yet have a sufficiently developed consciousness of its existence. The importance of its death is almost null. As we have already said, these cases are often meant as a trial for the parents.
Does a spirit know beforehand that the body it has chosen will have no chance of surviving?
It knows sometimes, but if it chooses it for that reason, it does so in order to avoid its upcoming trial.
When a particular incarnation fails for a spirit for any reason, is it immediately furnished with another existence?
Not always immediately. The spirit requires time to make another choice unless an immediate reincarnation had been previously decided on.
Once definitely united to the body of a child and therefore no longer able to withdraw, does a spirit sometimes regret the choice it has made?
You mean if, as an incarnate spirit, it might complain about its life, or if it would like to have another? Yes. Does it regret the choice it made? No, because it is unaware of having made such choice. Once incarnate, a spirit cannot regret a choice of which it has no awareness, but it may find the burden to be too heavy, and if it thinks the burden is beyond its strength to endure, it may resort to suicide.
In the interval between conception and birth, do spirits enjoy all their faculties?
More so or less so, depending on the phase of gestation, because even though they are not yet fully incarnated, They are already attached to the body at the moment of conception. Confusion begins to envelop the spirit, and it is thereby warned that the time has come to start a new existence. This confusion increases until the time of birth. In the meantime, its state is more or less that of an incarnate spirit during sleep. As the moment of birth approaches, its ideas are erased, as well as its memory of the past, which it is no longer conscious of once it returns to life on the earth. But this memory returns little by little when it re-enters the spirit state.
At the moment of birth, do spirits immediately recover the fullness of their faculties?
No. The faculties develop gradually with the organs. Spirits find themselves in a new existence and must learn to use their bodily instruments. Their ideas return little by little, like those of individuals who wake up from sleep to find themselves in a different situation than the one they were in the day before.
Since the union of a spirit with its body is not complete and definitely consummated until after birth, can the fetus be considered as having a soul?
The spirit who must animate it exists outside of it, so to speak. Strictly speaking, the fetus has no soul, since the current incarnation is only in the process of being accomplished. Nevertheless, the fetus is linked to the soul that it will have.
As medical science has pointed out, there are infants who, even in their mother's womb, have no possibility of surviving. For what purpose does this occur?
This is a common occurrence that God permits as a trial, either for the parents or the spirit appointed to animate the child.
Are there stillborn infants who were not meant for a spirit to incarnate in them in the first place?
Yes, there are some who never had a spirit destined for their bodies. Nothing would have been accomplished in them. It is solely for the parents that such a child is delivered.
Can a being of such a nature be carried to term?
Yes, sometimes, but it does not survive.
Then every child that survives necessarily has a spirit incarnated in it?
What would it be without a spirit? It would not be a human being.
What are the consequences of abortion for a spirit?
Its existence is nullified and must be commenced again.
Is artificial abortion a crime regardless of the time of conception?
A crime is always committed when the law of God is transgressed. The mother or any other person involved always commits a crime upon taking the life of a child before its birth, because it prevents a soul from experiencing the trials for which the unborn's body was to have been the instrument.
In cases where the life of the mother would be endangered by the birth of the child, is it a crime to sacrifice the child in order to save the mother?
It is better to sacrifice the being who does not yet exist than the being who already exists.
Is it rational to treat the fetus with the same respect as the body of a child who has already survived?
You should see the will of God and the divine handiwork in everything, and not treat lightly the things you ought to respect. Why not respect all the works of creation, which are sometimes incomplete due to the will of the Creator? This is one of the divine designs that no one is called to judge.
The moral and intellectual faculties of humankind.
Where do a person's good or bad moral qualities come from?
They reflect the qualities of the incarnate spirit. The purer the spirit, the more the person is inclined toward the good.
So a moral person is the incarnation of a good spirit, and a depraved person that of a bad spirit?
Yes, but it would be better to say an imperfect spirit. Otherwise, one might believe in spirits who will always remain bad, those you call demons.
What is the character of the individuals in whom frivolous and foolish spirits are incarnated?
They are thoughtless, cunning, and sometimes malicious beings.
Do spirits possess any passions that do not belong to humankind?
No, otherwise they would have passed them on to you.
Is it one and the same spirit who gives an individual his or her moral and intellectual qualities?
Certainly it is one and the same, and such qualities will depend on the degree of the spirit's evolution. Individuals do not have two spirits within them.
Why are the most intelligent individuals, who display a highly evolved spirit incarnated in them, sometimes and at the same time extremely depraved?
It is because the incarnate spirit is not sufficiently purified and it yields to the influence of other spirits who are even worse. A spirit progresses in an imperceptible ascending forward progression, but this progress is not accomplished simultaneously in all senses. During one period, a spirit may advance in knowledge, during another, in morality.
What about the opinion according to which the various moral and intellectual qualities of humans are the product of many different spirits incarnate in them, each possessing a special aptitude?
If you reflect on it, you will realize how absurd that is. A spirit must possess all aptitudes, and in order to progress, it needs a unified will. If a person were a collection of spirits, this unified will would not exist. He or she would possess no individuality, because at death all those spirits would be like a flock of birds escaping from a cage. People often complain that they do not understand certain things, but it is interesting to notice how they multiply their problems when they have a very simple and natural explanation right there in their own hands. This notion is another example of taking the effect for the cause. It attributes to the human being what the pagans attributed to God. They believed in as many gods as there were phenomena in the universe. However, the sensible persons among them saw nothing more in those phenomena than effects having as their cause a sole God.
The influence of the organism.
Upon joining the body, does a spirit identify itself with matter?
Matter is no more than the spirit's envelope, as clothing is the bodis envelope. Upon joining the body, a spirit preserves the attributes of its spirit nature.
Does a spirit exercise its faculties with full liberty after its union with a body?
The exercise of its faculties depends on the organs serving as their instruments. They are weakened by the density of matter.
Then accordingly would the material envelope be in?
Yes, and exceedingly opaque.
Is the free exercise of the soul's faculties dependent on the development of the bodily organs?
The organs are the instruments for the manifestation of the soul's faculties. This manifestation depends on the degree of the respective organ's development, just as the excellence of a piece of work depends on the excellence of the tool.
Could one infer from the influence of the organs a connection between the development of the cerebral structure and the moral and intellectual faculties?
Do not confuse the effect with the cause. The spirit always possesses the faculties that are proper to it. Thus, it is not the organs that give it its faculties, but rather the faculties that stimulate the development of the organs.
According to this view, does the diversity of aptitudes among individuals stem solely from the condition of their spirit?
Solely is not the exact term. The qualities of the spirit, who may be more advanced or less so, are the basis for this diversity. However, we must take into account the influence of matter because it hinders to a greater or lesser degree the exercising of these faculties.
Mental impairment, insanity.
Is there any basis for the opinion that mentally impaired individuals have a soul of a little evolved nature?
No, they have a human soul that is frequently more intelligent than you might think, and it suffers from the insufficiency of its means to communicate. As a mute suffers from the inability to speak.
What is the aim of providence in creating unfortunate beings like the mentally impaired?
The spirits who dwell in such bodies are expiating past wrongs. They suffer from their constraints and from the impossibility of expressing themselves because of undeveloped or defective brains.
Then is it inaccurate to say that organs do not exercise any influence on the faculties?
We have never said that organs have no influence at all. Rather, they exercise a very great influence on the manifestation of the faculties, but they themselves do not produce the faculties. That is the difference. A good musician will not make good music with a bad instrument, but that does not mean he or she is not a good musician.
What could possibly be the merit in the existence of beings who, like the mentally impaired, can do neither good nor evil and therefore cannot progress?
It is an expiation imposed for their having abused certain faculties in a former life. It is a temporary pause.
So the body of a mentally impaired person may confine a spirit who perhaps animated the body of a genius in a preceding existence?
Yes, genius sometimes becomes a curse when it is abused.
In the spirit state, are the mentally impaired conscious of their mental state?
Yes, quite often they understand that the chains hindering their development are a trial and an expiation.
Then it is always the body and not the spirit that is dysfunctional?
Yes, but you must not lose sight of the fact that just as a spirit acts upon matter, matter reacts upon the spirit to a certain degree. Hence, a spirit may find itself momentarily controlled by the alteration of its organs, through which it manifests and receives various impressions. It may happen that with time and after the insanity has lasted quite a while, the repetition of the same acts ends up exerting on the spirit an influence from which it will not be freed until its complete separation from every material effect.
What is the reason for insanity sometimes leading to suicide?
The spirit suffers from its constraints and from the powerlessness to freely manifest itself. Thus, it seeks a way to break its ties in death.
After death, does the spirit of a mentally impaired person continue to feel the derangement of its faculties?
It may feel it for quite some time until it is completely disconnected from matter, like a person who, upon awakening, continues to feel the confusion into which sleep has immersed him or her.
How is it possible for the impairment of the brain to react upon the spirit after death?
It is a remembrance. A weight bears down upon the spirit, and since it was not aware of everything that took place during its insanity, it requires some time to be able to understand its current state. That is why the longer insanity lasts during life, the longer the affliction and the constraint will last after death. Disconnected from the body, the spirit continues to feel the impression of its bonds for some time thereafter.
Childhood.
Is the spirit who animates the body of a child as developed as the spirit of an adult?
Maybe more so if it is more evolved. Only its imperfect organs keep it from fully manifesting itself. It must act according to the instrument that serves it.
In a very young child, and despite the obstacle that the imperfection of its organs imposes on its ability to freely manifest itself, does the spirit think as a child or as an adult?
While a child, it is natural that the as yet undeveloped organ of intelligence cannot provide it with all the intuition of an adult. Its intelligence is therefore quite limited until age matures its reason. The confusion accompanying incarnation does not cease suddenly at birth, but only dissipates gradually with the development of the organs.
With the death of the child, does the spirit immediately regain its former vigor?
It should, since it has been disencumbered from its physical envelope. Nevertheless, it does not regain its former lucidity until the separation is complete, that is, until there is no longer any connection between the spirit and the body at all.
Does the incarnate spirit suffer from the constraint imposed by the imperfection of its organs during childhood?
No childhood is a necessity. It is natural and corresponds to the designs of providence. It is a time of repose for the spirit.
What is the usefulness of a spirit having to go through childhood?
A spirit incarnates in order to perfect itself during childhood. It is more accessible to the impressions it receives and which may assist in its progress. Persons in charge of its education should contribute towards this goal.
What is the reason for the change that occurs in its character at a certain age, particularly upon leaving adolescence? Is it the spirit that changes?
It is because the spirit recaptures its true nature and reveals who it really was prior to its present incarnation. You do not know the secrets that children conceal behind their innocence. You do not know what they are, what they have been, or what they will be. Nevertheless, you love and cherish them as though they were a part of you. This happens to such a degree that the love of a mother for her child is reputed to be the greatest love that one being may have for another. Why do even strangers feel sweet affection and display tender benevolence towards a child? Do you know? No? Well, I will explain it to you. Children are beings whom God has sent into a new existence so that God is not accused of excessive severity. God gives them all the appearances of innocence. Even in children of a bad nature, their misdeeds are covered up because they are unaware of the quality of their acts. However, this innocence does not truly reflect their state of advancement in relation to what they previously were. In reality, it is a picture of what they ought to be, and if they are not, the blame falls on them alone. Nevertheless, it is not merely for the children's sake that God gives them such an appearance. It is also and especially for their parents, whose love is necessary in their fragility. Such love would be extraordinarily weakened if the parents were faced with a quarrelsome and bad-tempered character. On the other hand, supposing their children to be good and gentle, parents give them all their affection and surround them with the tenderest care. However, when children no longer need the protection and assistance that has been given to them for 15 or 20 years, their true and individual character emerges in all its nakedness. Their character remains good if it was fundamentally good in the first place, but it will always display nuances that were hidden during early childhood. You can see that God's ways are always the best, and that when one has a pure heart, they are easily explained. In fact, ponder the possibility that the spirit of the child who is born among you may have come from a world on which it had acquired altogether different habits. How would you want this new being to remain in your midst with passions so diverse from yours, inclinations and tastes entirely opposite to yours? How would you want it to incorporate itself into your environment except in the way God wanted it to? That is, after having experienced the sieve of childhood. In this phase are mixed all the thoughts, all the characteristics, and all the varieties of beings generated by that multitude of worlds on which individuals develop. Upon dying, you yourselves will also be in a sort of childhood in the midst of new family members. In your new non-terrestrial existence, you will be ignorant of the habits, the customs, and the forms of relationships of that world, and you will have difficulty in managing a language you are not used to, speaking a language more alive than your thought is today. See number 319. Childhood provides yet another purpose. Spirits only enter corporeal life in order to improve and purify themselves. The fragility of the early years renders them flexible and accessible to the counsels of experience and to those who should aid their progress. That is the time when one can best reform their character and curb their bad tendencies. Such is the duty that God entrusts to parents, a sacred mission for which they will have to answer. Consequently, childhood is not only useful, necessary, and indispensable, but it is also the natural result of the laws that God has established and which govern the universe.
Earthly sympathies and antipathies.
Could two individuals who have already known and loved each other meet in another corporeal existence and recognize each other?
Recognize each other? No. Feel attracted to each other? Yes. Frequently, intimate connections founded on sincere affection arise from no other cause. Two individuals are drawn together by apparently fortuitous circumstances, but it is actually the result of the attraction of two spirits who have been searching for each other amidst the crowds.
Don't they find great pleasure in being able to recognize each other?
Not always. The memory of past lives might hold greater disadvantages than you suppose. After death, they will recognize each other and will remember the time they spent together.
Is sympathy always the result of their having known each other previously?
No two spirits who have affinities naturally search for each other without their having been previously acquainted as incarnates.
Wouldn't the encounters which sometimes occur between certain persons, and which are attributed to chance, be the effect of a kind of sympathetic relationship?
Among thinking beings, there are connections that you do not yet know anything about. Magnetism is at the core of this science, which you will later comprehend better.
Where does the instinctive repulsion come from when certain individuals meet each other for the first time?
They are antipathetic spirits who perceive and recognize each other without ever having spoken to each other.
Does the antipathy between two individuals arise first in the one whose spirit is worse or in the other whose spirit is better?
It arises in both, but the causes and effects are different. A bad spirit feels antipathy towards anyone who may be able to judge and unmask it. Upon seeing a person for the first time, it perceives that that person will disapprove of it. Its dislike then changes into hatred and envy, which inspire it with the desire to do bad things. The good spirit, on the other hand, is repulsed by the bad one because it knows the other will not understand it, and that neither shares the same sentiments. However, aware of its higher moral principles, it feels neither hatred nor jealousy toward the other. It is content to simply avoid and pity it.
Forgetfulness of the past.
Why does the incarnate spirit lose the memory of its past?
Human beings cannot and must not know everything. God, out of divine wisdom, wills it to be this way. Without the veil that hides certain things from them, they would be dazzled, like one who passes suddenly from the darkness into the light. By forgetting their past, they are more fully themselves in the present.
How can individuals be responsible for their deeds and redeem their wrongs if they cannot remember them? How can they profit from the experience acquired in lives that have fallen into forgottenness? We could understand that life's tribulations might be a lesson for them if they could remember what had caused them in the first place. But since they do not remember them at all, each existence is as if it were the first, and it is thus that they are always having to start over. How can this be reconciled with the justice of God?
With each new existence, spirits gain more intelligence and can better distinguish between good and evil. Where would their merit be if they remembered their entire past? When spirits enter their life of origin, the spirit life, their entire previous life unfolds before them. They see the wrongs they committed and which are the cause of their suffering, as well as what would have kept them from committing them in the first place. They understand the justice of the position assigned to them, and they thus desire a new existence that can redeem the one that has elapsed. They seek trials similar to those they have already experienced, or struggles they believe will be appropriate for their advance. They ask spirits who are of a higher order to help them in the new task that they are about to undertake, for they know that the spirit who will be given to them as their guide in that new existence will endeavor to enable them to repair their wrongs of the past by giving them a sort of intuition about them. This same intuition is the thought, the wrongful desire which frequently assaults you and which you instinctively resist most of the time, attributing your resistance to the principles you have received from your parents. However, It is the voice of conscience speaking to you, and this voice is a memory of the past, a voice that warns you not to fall into the errors you committed previously. In that new existence, if a spirit endures its trials with courage and resists them, it evolves and will ascend in the spirit's hierarchy when it returns to be among them.
On worlds more advanced than ours, where beings are not subject to all our physical needs and infirmities, do they understand that they are happier than we are? Happiness in general is relative. We feel it by comparing it with a less happy state. In some of those worlds, though better than ours, have not yet reached the state of perfection, and their inhabitants must have their own annoyances. Even though the wealthy among us do not suffer the anxieties of material needs like the poor, they are no less subject to the same types of tribulations that embitter their lives. Thus, I would ask whether the inhabitants of those worlds in their own situations feel as unhappy as we do, and whether they also complain.
Two different answers apply to this question. There are worlds among those you are speaking about on which the inhabitants have a clear and exact memory of their past lives. You should understand that these can and do know how to appreciate the happiness that God permits them to enjoy. However, there are other worlds whose inhabitants, situated, as you say, in better conditions than yours, are no less subject to great annoyances and even misfortunes. They do not appreciate their happiness because they do not remember an even unhappier state. Nevertheless, if they do not appreciate it as incarnates, they will as spirits.
Can we obtain any revelations about our former lives?
Not always. Nevertheless, many know who they were and what they did. If they were permitted to speak openly, they would make curious revelations about the past.
Some persons believe they have a vague memory of an unknown past. It appears as a fleeting image of a dream, which in vain they try to retain. Wouldn't this belief simply be an illusion?
It is sometimes real, but much more often it is an illusion to be guarded against. It could simply be the effect of an overexcited imagination.
In corporeal existences of a more evolved nature than ours, is the memory of previous lives more precise?
Yes, as the body becomes less material, they become easier to remember. The memory of the past is clearer for those who inhabit worlds of a higher order.
Since people's instinctive tendencies are a reminiscence of their past, then by studying those tendencies can they know about the wrongs they committed?
Undoubtedly, to a certain point, however, it is necessary to take into account the improvement that may have taken place in the spirit and the resolutions it made in its errant state. Its present existence could, in fact, be much better than the preceding one.
Could it be worse? In other words, could persons commit wrongs in their present existence, which they had not committed in the preceding one?
That depends on their advancement. If they do not yet know how to resist trials, they could be drawn to commit new wrongs as a consequence of the position they themselves have chosen. But such wrongs indicate a stationary state rather than a regressive one, because spirits may advance or remain stationary. They do not regress.
Since the tribulations of corporeal life are at the same time expiations for past wrongs and trials for the future, does it follow that from the nature of these tribulations, we may deduce the kind of preceding existence we lived?
Very frequently, because individuals are punished for their particular sins. Nevertheless, we cannot make this an absolute rule. The instinctive tendencies are a more certain indication, because the trials that a spirit undergoes refer as much to the future as to the past.
Chapter 7. The Emancipation of the Soul. Sleep and dreams.
Does an incarnate spirit willingly stay in its corporeal envelope?
That is like asking if a prisoner is happy being under lock and key. An incarnate spirit constantly aspires to freedom. The denser the envelope, the more it wants to be free of it.
During sleep, does the soul rest like the body?
No, a spirit never remains inactive. During sleep, The bonds that join it to the body are loosened, and since the body does not need it while sleeping, the spirit travels through space and enters into a more direct relationship with other spirits.
How can we confirm the fact that a spirit is free during sleep?
Eye dreams. While the body rests, the spirit enjoys more of its faculties than in the waking state. It remembers the past and sometimes foresees the future. It acquires more power and can communicate with other spirits, whether on this world or another. You frequently say, "I had a bizarre dream, a horrible dream, but there is no likelihood of it being true. It is almost always a memory of places and things which you have seen, or which you will see in another existence or on another occasion. Since the body is dormant, the spirit tries to break its chains in order to probe into the past and future. Poor human beings, you know so little about the most ordinary phenomena of life. You believe you are very knowledgeable, yet the most ordinary things puzzle you to no end, to the question of all children. What do we do when we sleep? What are dreams? You remain without an answer. Sleep partially frees the soul from the body. When humans sleep, they momentarily find themselves in the state which they will be in permanently after death. Spirits who quickly free themselves from matter upon death had intelligent dreams during earthly life. Such spirits, while their body is sleeping, rejoin the company of those who are more evolved. They travel with, converse with, and learn from them. They even work on projects that they find completed upon dying. From these facts, you should once more learn not to fear death, because you die daily, as a saint once stated. This applies only to more highly evolved spirits. However, the mass of spirits who at death must remain in a state of confusion for some time, that uncertainty of which we have already spoken to you, either go to worlds even less evolved than Earth, where former affections call to them, or where they seek out pleasures that are perhaps even baser than those they indulge in here. They go to take in doctrines even viler, more ignoble, and more noxious than those they profess among you. What engenders sympathies on earth is nothing other than the fact that upon awakening, they feel linked to the hearts of those with whom they have just spent 8 or 9 hours of happiness or pleasure. Moreover, the insuperable antipathies they feel at the bottom of the heart for certain individuals may be explained by the fact that they have a consciousness that is different from their own. They recognize these individuals without having ever seen them before. It is furthermore what explains people's indifference when they do not seek to make new friends. They know that those who love and cherish them are elsewhere. In a word, sleep has more influence than you think on your life. During sleep, incarnate spirits are always in touch with the spirit world, and that is what leads high-order spirits without too much aversion to consent to incarnate among you. During their contact with earthly vices, God grants them the freedom to re-strengthen themselves during sleep at the source of the good, in order not to fail in their commitment to instruct others. Sleep is the door that God opens to them for contacting their friends in heaven. It is their break after work while they await the great deliverance, the final liberation that must restore them to their true environment. A dream is the memory of what your spirit has seen during sleep. However, notice that you do not always dream, because you do not always remember what you have seen or everything that you have seen. This happens because your soul is still under development, so that frequently you retain nothing more than the confused memory that accompanies your departure and your return, which is mixed in with the memory of what you have done or what concerns you have had while awake. Otherwise, how do you explain those absurd dreams that both the wisest and the simplest individuals endure? Bad spirits also use dreams to torment weak and cowardly souls. Furthermore, you will soon see another type of dreaming develop, a type as ancient as the kind you already know about, but of which you are ignorant. It is the dream of Joan of Arc, the dream of Jacob, the dream of the Jewish prophets, and certain Indian seers. This sort of dream is the remembrance of the soul entirely disengaged from the body. the memory of that other life of which I have just spoken to you. Try hard to distinguish between these two types of dreams among those that you remember. Unless you do, you will fall into contradictions and errors that could be disastrous for your faith.
Why don't we always remember our dreams?
During what you call sleep, you only experience the repose of the body because the spirit is always in motion. During sleep, it recovers a little of its freedom and communicates with those who are dear to it either on this world or on others. But since the body is composed of heavy and dense matter, it is difficult for it to retain the impressions received by the spirit because the spirit did not receive them through the bodhi's organs in the first place.
What should we think about the various meanings attributed to dreams?
Dreams are not true in the sense that fortune tellers, for example, understand them, for it is absurd to believe that dreaming about one matter necessarily foretells another. They are true in the sense that they present real images to the spirit, but these images often have no relation to what occurs in its corporeal life. Furthermore, as we have stated many times, they are a memory of the past. Lastly, they may also sometimes be a presentiment of the future if God allows it, or a vision of what is occurring at the moment in another place to which the soul has gone. Don't you have numerous examples of persons who appear in dreams to warn relatives and friends about what is happening to them? What are these apparitions if not the soul or spirit of these persons communicating with you? When you confirm that what you have seen has really occurred, isn't it obvious that the imagination has had nothing to do with it, especially if the event was absolutely not in your thoughts while you were awake?
Frequently, things are seen in dreams that appear to be presentiments about matters that end up not occurring. Where do these come from?
They may occur for the spirit, if not for the body, which means that the spirit sees what it desires because it goes looking for it. You must not forget that during sleep, the soul is always more or less under the influence of matter, and consequently it is never completely free from terrestrial ideas. Therefore, the concerns of wakefulness may give what you see the appearance of what you desire or what you fear. This is really what can be called a trick of the imagination. When you are strongly preoccupied with an idea, you connect it to everything you see.
When we see living persons perfectly known to us doing things in a dream which they would absolutely never think of doing in real life, isn't it pure imagination?
Which they would absolutely never think about. How do you know that? Their spirit may come to visit yours, as yours may visit theirs, without your always knowing what they are thinking about. Besides, according to your desires, you frequently apply to individuals familiar to you what occurred or is occurring in other existences.
Is complete sleep necessary for the emancipation of the spirit?
No, the spirit recovers its freedom whenever the senses become sluggish. It takes advantage of every moment of respite that the body offers it to emancipate itself. As soon as there is a prostration of the vital forces, the spirit disengages itself. The weaker the body is, the freer the spirit will be.
Sometimes it seems to us that we hear within us distinctly pronounced words that have no relation to what we are preoccupied with. Where do they come from?
Yes, even entire sentences, especially when the senses begin to grow dull. It is sometimes the faint echo of...
During the time that the spirit is disengaged from matter and acts as a spirit, does it know the time of its death?
It often has a presentiment. Sometimes it has a very clear awareness of it, which gives it an intuition about it while awake. That is why some individuals sometimes foresee their own death with great precision.
Can the activity of the spirit during the repose or sleep of the body fatigue the body?
Yes, because the spirit is connected to the body like a balloon tied to a post, in the same manner that the jerking movements of the balloon shake the post. The activity of the spirit reacts upon the body and may produce fatigue.
Visits between the spirits of living persons.
The principle of the soul's emancipation during sleep seems to indicate that we live two lives simultaneously. that of the body involving our life of outward relationships and that of the soul involving our life of concealed relationships. Is this precise?
In the state of emancipation, the life of the body yields to that of the soul, but properly speaking, there are not two lives. Instead, they are two phases of the same life. People do not live dual lives.
Can two people who know each other visit each other during sleep?
Yes, and many others who do not think they know each other while awake meet and converse without even suspecting it. You may even have friends in another country. The phenomenon during sleep in which you visit friends, relatives, acquaintances, and individuals who may be useful to you is so frequent that you experience it almost every night.
Of what use are these nocturnal visits if we do not remember them?
Ordinarily, upon awakening, an intuition remains that is almost always the origin of certain ideas which arise spontaneously without your being able to explain them, and which are but the ones grasped during such colloquies.
Can people cause spirit visits at will? For example, can they say upon going to bed, "Tonight I wish to meet in spirit with such and such person to speak with him, her and tell him her about such and such thing"?
Here is what actually happens. The person sleeps and the spirit wakens, but the spirit is often very far from following what the person resolved while awake, because the life of the person interests the spirit very little when it is set free from matter. This applies to individuals who are already quite evolved, though. The others spend their spirit existence in an entirely different manner. These either give in to their passions or remain inactive altogether. Thus, it may happen that, depending on the reason proposed, the spirit may go to visit individuals it wanted to, but the mere desire, while awake to do so, is not its reason for actually doing it.
Can a certain number of incarnate spirits meet and form a gathering?
Of course, the bonds of friendships, old or new, frequently reunite a number of spirits who feel happy at being together.
If a person believed a friend to be dead but who in reality was not, could that person meet the friend in spirit, and thus know that she was still alive? In such a case, could this person have an intuition about it upon awaking?
As a spirit, the individual can certainly see the friend and know how she is. If the belief in her death was not meant as a trial, the person will have a presentiment that she is alive or that she is in fact dead.
The concealed transmission of thought.
Why is it that the same idea at discovery, for example, arises at the same time in many places?
We have already stated that spirits communicate with one another during sleep. Well then, when the body awakens, the spirit remembers what it has learned, and the person thinks he or she has invented it. Thus, many may seem to have discovered the same thing at the same time. When you say that an idea is floating around, you employ a figure of speech that is more precise than you think, without even suspecting it. Each one contributes to its dissemination.
Can spirits communicate with one another when the body is completely awake?
A spirit is not enclosed in its body as if it were in a box. It radiates all around in every direction. Hence, it can communicate with other spirits even in the waking state, although it does so with more difficulty.
Why do two perfectly awake persons sometimes have the same thought at exactly the same time?
They are two attuned spirits who communicate with each other and rate each other's thoughts even when they are not asleep.
Lethargy, catalepsy, apparent death.
Lethargic and cataleptic individuals generally see and hear what is occurring around them, but they cannot express it. Do they see and hear through the eyes and ears of the body?
No, through the spirit. The spirit is conscious but is unable to communicate.
Why is it unable to communicate?
The state of the body prevents it. This peculiar state of the organs proves to you that there is something more to a human being than just a body, because although the body is not functioning, the spirit continues to act.
In the state of lethargy, can the spirit separate itself entirely from the body in such a way as to give the body all the appearances of death and then return to it?
The body is not dead in the lethargic state because there are functions that continue to operate. Vitality remains in a latent state like in a cocoon, but it is not extinguished. The spirit is always connected to the body while the body is alive, but once the ties are broken by real death and by the decomposition of the organs, the separation is complete and the spirit no longer returns. When an apparently dead person comes back to life, it is because death had not actually been consummated.
Through care given in time, can one strengthen the ties that are about to break and bring back to life a person who, without such attention, would definitely die?
Yes, of course, you have evidence of this every day. In such cases, magnetism is often a powerful means because it gives the body the vital fluid needed to keep its organs functioning.
Somnambulism.
Does natural somnambulism have any connection to dreams? How can it be explained?
It is a state of the soul in which its independence is more complete than in dreams. Thus, its faculties are more unrestrained. The soul has perceptions that it does not attain in the dream state, which is actually a state of imperfect somnambulism. In somnambulism, the spirit is in total possession of itself, for the physical organs are in a sort of cataleptic state and no longer receive external impressions. This state manifests especially during sleep, the time during which the spirit can temporarily leave the body while the body enjoys the repose that is indispensable to matter. When somnambulistic-related activity occurs, it is because the spirit is preoccupied with one thing or another that requires the physical body, which it then uses in the same way it would if it were to employ a table or other material object in the phenomena of physical manifestations, or a hand in written communications. In dreams that you are conscious of, the sensorial organs, including those related to memory, begin to awaken and imperfectly receive the impressions produced by objects or external causes and communicate them to the spirit. The spirit, also in a state of repose, only perceives confused and often fragmentary sensations which, without any apparent reason, are mixed in with vague memories of either the present life or previous ones. It is therefore easy to understand why somnambulists do not remember anything and why most of the time the dreams they do remember have no meaning. I say most of the time because sometimes dreams are the consequence of a precise memory of events of a previous life, and sometimes even a sort of intuition of the future.
Does so-called magnetic somnambulism have any connection to natural somnambulism?
It is the same thing, with the difference that it is artificially induced.
What is the nature of the agent called the magnetic fluid?
It is the vital fluid, animalized electricity, modifications of the universal fluid.
What is the cause of somnambulistic clairvoyance?
We have already told you, it is soul sight.
How can the somnambulist see through opaque objects?
No object is completely opaque except to your dense organs. We have already stated that matter is no obstacle to spirits, since they can pass right through it. Somnambulists frequently tell you that they see through their forehead, through their knee, etc., because you are entirely immersed in matter and do not understand that they can see without the help of the organs. Nonetheless, at your insistence, they believe they actually need them. If you were to leave them alone, however, they would understand that they see through all the parts of the body, or rather, that they see apart from their body.
Since the clairvoyance of somnambulists is that of their soul or spirit, why don't they see everything, and why do they so often make mistakes?
First, it is not given to imperfect spirits to see everything and know everything. You know very well that they still share your errors and prejudices. Second, while they are connected to matter, they do not enjoy all their spirit faculties. God has given clairvoyance to humankind for a useful and serious purpose, and not so that it may learn what it should not know. That is why somnambulists do not know everything.
What is the source of somnambulists' innate ideas, and how can they speak with such precision about things of which they are ignorant in the waking state? and which are even above their intellectual capacity.
It just so happens that somnambulists possess more knowledge than you might think, but it is dormant. Their corporeal envelope is too imperfect for them to be able to remember such knowledge. But who are they, after all? Like us, they are spirits who have incarnated to fulfill their mission, and the somnambulistic state into which they enter wakens them from this lethargy. We have repeatedly told you that humans live many times. This change is what causes the material loss of what they had learned in a previous life. When they enter what you call the crisis state, they remember what they already know, but not always completely. They know, but they cannot say where such knowledge comes from or why they have it. When the crisis passes, the memory is erased entirely and they are once again in the dark.
How do you explain the remote viewing ability that some somnambulists experience?
Doesn't the soul travel about during sleep? The same thing occurs in somnambulism.
Does the greater or lesser development of somnambulistic clairvoyance depend on the physical organization of the body or on the nature of the incarnate spirit?
On both. There are physical dispositions that allow the spirit to disengage itself easily or not so easily from matter.
Are the faculties that the spirit of the somnambulist enjoys the same as those of the spirit after death?
To a certain extent, but the somnambulist's spirit still finds itself attached to matter, and one must take this fact into account.
Can somnambulists see other spirits?
Most can see them very easily, but it depends on the nature and degree of their lucidity. However, sometimes they do not at first understand and mistake them for corporeal beings. This happens especially with those who have no knowledge of Spiritism because they do not yet comprehend the nature of spirits. Their human appearance fools them, and that is why they think they are seeing living persons.
Do somnambulists who see at a distance see from the place where their body is or from where their soul is?
Why ask such a question, since it is the soul that sees and not the body?
Since it is actually the soul that travels about, how can somnambulists experience in their body the sensations of the heat or cold of the place where their soul is, which is sometimes very far from where their body actually is?
Their soul has not entirely left the body. It always remains connected to it by the tie that joins them, and this tie is the conductor of sensations. When two persons correspond between one city and another by means of electricity, the electricity is the tie between their thoughts. Thanks to it, they can communicate as though they were right next to each other.
Does the use that somnambulists make of their faculties during life influence the state of their spirit after death?
Very considerably, like the good or bad use of all the faculties that God has given to human beings.
Ecstasy.
What is the difference between ecstasy and somnambulism?
Ecstasy is a more refined type of somnambulism. The soul of the ecstatic is even more independent.
Does the soul of the ecstatic really go to higher realms?
Yes. It sees them and comprehends the happiness of those who dwell there, which is why they would like to remain there. However, there are realms inaccessible to spirits who are not sufficiently purified.
When ecstatics express the desire to leave the earth, do they speak sincerely? And doesn't the preservation instinct retain them?
That depends on the spirit's degree of purification. If it sees that its future situation will be better than the present life, it makes an effort to break the ties that bind it to the earth.
If we were to abandon ecstatics to themselves, could their soul completely abandon their body?
Yes, they could die. That is why it is necessary to call them back by means of everything that might attach them to this world. Above all, making them understand that should they break the chain that holds them here, it would actually be the best means of not remaining in that place where they see that they could be so happy.
Ecstatics claim to see things that are obviously the product of an imagination overly excited by earthly beliefs and prejudices. Thus, isn't everything they see unreal?
What they see is real to them, but since their spirit is always under the influence of earthly ideas, they may see it in their own way, or rather, they may express it in a language according to the prejudices and ideas they were raised with, or the ones you were raised with, in order to make themselves better understood. It is especially in this sense that they can err.
What degree of trust can be placed in ecstatics revelations?
Ecstatics can be mistaken quite frequently, especially when they want to grasp what must remain a mystery for humankind. In such cases, they may transmit their own ideas, or they may become the pawns of deceiving spirits who take advantage of their enthusiasm in order to delude them.
What consequences may be drawn from the phenomena of somnambulism and ecstasy? Could they be a sort of glimpse into the future life?
Or better stated, they get a glimpse into the past and future life. Humans should study these phenomena because they will find in them the solution to more than one mystery that their reason has tried to grasp in vain.
Could the phenomena of somnambulism and ecstasy be brought into harmony with materialism?
Those who study them in good faith and without preconceived ideas could be neither materialist nor atheist.
Second sight.
Does the phenomenon called second sight have any connection to dreaming and somnambulism?
All of this is one and the same thing. What you call second sight is again the spirit in a state of greater freedom, even though the body is not asleep. Second sight is the sight of the soul.
Is second sight permanent?
The faculty, yes. The ability to exercise it, no. On worlds less material than yours, spirits disengage themselves more easily, and while still maintaining articulated language, they communicate with one another through thought only. Second sight is also a permanent faculty for the majority of them. Their normal state may be compared to that of your lucid somnambulists, and that is also why they manifest themselves to you more easily than those who are incarnated in denser bodies.
Does second sight develop spontaneously or by the will of those who possess it?
Most of the time it is spontaneous, but the will can often play a large role too. Thus, you can take certain individuals called fortune tellers, for example, some of whom possess this faculty of second sight, and you will see that it is their own will that helps them enter such a state, what you call vision.
Is second sight capable of being developed through practice?
Yes. Effort always leads to progress, and the veil that covers things becomes clearer.
Is this faculty linked to one's physical organization?
Certainly, physical organization plays its role. There are organizations that are incompatible with this faculty.
Why does second sight appear hereditary in certain families?
It is due to similarity of organizations transmitted like other physical qualities, and afterwards development of the faculty through a kind of education which is also transmitted from one to the next.
Is it true that certain circumstances can cause second sight to develop?
Illness, the approach of danger, or a large crisis may develop it. In such instances, the body is sometimes in a particular state that allows the spirit to see what you cannot see with the eyes of your body.
Are persons gifted with second sight always aware of it?
Not always. For them, it is a completely natural thing, and many believe that if others paid closer attention to themselves, they would realize they possess the same faculty.
May we attribute to a sort of second sight the astuteness of certain persons who, without appearing to have anything extraordinary about them, judge things with more precision than others?
It always involves the soul. The soul radiates more freely and judges better than when under the veil of matter.
In certain cases, can this faculty provide foreknowledge of future events?
Yes, it may also provide a presentiment. There are many degrees of this faculty, and the same individual may possess all or only some of them.
Chapter 8. The intervention of spirits in the corporeal world. The reading of our thoughts by spirits.
Can spirits see everything we do?
They can because you are constantly surrounded by them. Nonetheless, they see only those things to which they direct their attention. They are not concerned about things that do not interest them.
Can spirits know our most secret thoughts?
They often know about what you would like to conceal even from yourselves. Neither actions nor thoughts can be concealed from them.
So it would seem easier to conceal something from a person while he or she is alive than to do so after he or she has died.
Certainly, and when you think you are well hidden, you often have a crowd of spirits around you watching you.
What do the spirits who surround and observe us think about us?
That depends. Frivolous spirits laugh at the little annoyances they cause you and they scoff at your impatience. Serious spirits, on the other hand, pity your imperfections and try to help you.
The concealed influence of spirits on our thoughts and actions.
Do spirits have any influence on our thoughts and actions?
Their influence on you in this regard is greater than you suppose, for very frequently it is they who guide you.
Do we have our own thoughts plus others that are suggested to us?
Your soul is a spirit who thinks by itself. Nevertheless, you must have noticed that many thoughts occur to you all at the same time with regards to the same subject, and that they frequently contradict one another. Well, they are always a combination of your own ideas and other spirits' ideas, and this is what renders you uncertain. You have several ideas within your mind battling it out with each other.
How can we distinguish between our own thoughts and those suggested to us?
When a thought is suggested to you, it is like a voice speaking to you. Your own thoughts are usually those that occur to you at first impulse. Actually, you should not concern yourselves with such a distinction, and it is often more useful not even to know about it. You act more freely. If you make the right decision, you will act more willingly. If you make the wrong one, your responsibility will be greater.
Do individuals of intelligence and genius always draw their ideas from within themselves?
Their ideas sometimes arise from their own spirits, but frequently they are suggested to them by other spirits who deem them capable of understanding them and worthy of transmitting them. When such individuals cannot find ideas within themselves, they appeal for inspiration. They are making an evocation without even suspecting it.
It is sometimes said that the first impulse is always the best. Is this correct?
It can be good or bad, according to the nature of the incarnate spirit. It is always good for the one who listens to good inspirations.
How can we tell if a suggested thought comes from a good or a bad spirit?
Study the matter. Good spirits give only good advice. It is your responsibility to make the distinction.
For what purpose do imperfect spirits induce us to wrongdoing?
To make you suffer as they themselves do.
What kinds of suffering do they wish to inflict on us?
Those that result from belonging to a lower order and from being far from God.
Why does God permit spirits to incite us to wrongdoing?
Imperfect spirits are meant as instruments for testing the faith and constancy of individuals in the practice of the good. As a spirit, you must progress in the knowledge of the infinite. That is why you experience the trials of wrongdoing in order to arrive at the good. Our mission is to place you upon the upright path. When bad influences act on you, however, it is you yourself who call to them out of your desire for wrongdoing. Little evolved spirits come to help you in wrongdoing when you have the will to commit it. However, they cannot help you in it, except when you actually desire to indulge in it. If you were inclined to murder, very well, there will be a swarm of spirits who will maintain that thought in your mind. However, there will also be others who will try to influence you for good. And this re-equalizes the balance, leaving you as master of yourself.
Can people avoid the influence of spirits who incite them to wrongdoing?
Yes, because they only attach themselves to those who solicit them with their desires or attract them with their thoughts.
Do spirits whose influence is repelled by an individual's will finally give up on their attempts?
What else could they do? When they have nothing to do, they leave. Nevertheless, they attentively watch for a favorable moment, as the cat attentively watches the mouse.
By what means can we neutralize the influence of bad spirits?
By doing good and placing all your trust in God, you repel their influence and you destroy the power they desire to have over you. Guard yourselves against listening to the suggestions of spirits who excite wrongful thoughts in your mind. Those who incite discord and arouse in you all the base passions. Above all, distrust spirits who flatter your pride, for they are tempted. That is why Jesus teaches you to say in the Lord's Prayer, Lord, do not let us fall into temptation, but deliver us from evil.
Have the spirits who seek to lead us into wrongdoing and who thus put our moral firmness to the test received a mission to do this? And if it is in fact a mission for them to fulfill, will they be responsible for doing so?
Spirits never receive a mission to practice wrongdoing. When they do wrongful deeds, it is by their own will, and they will have to suffer the consequences. God may let them test you, but never directly orders them to. It is your responsibility to repel them.
When we experience a sensation of anguish, of indefinable anxiety or inner satisfaction without a known cause, does it result solely from our physical disposition at the time?
It is almost always the effect of communications you have with spirits without even suspecting it, or those you have had with them during sleep.
Are spirits who want to incite us to wrongdoing limited to taking advantage of the circumstances in which we find ourselves? Or can they create such circumstances?
They may take advantage of a circumstance, but frequently they cause it, pushing you without your being aware of it towards the object of your mission. Thus, for example, a man finds a quantity of money by the road. Spirits have not placed the money there, but they may have instilled in the man the thought of going in that direction. Then they suggest he keep the money, while others suggest he return it to its rightful owner. The same process happens with all other temptations.
The possessed.
Can a spirit temporarily take over the corporeal envelope of a living person? In other words, can it enter an animate body and replace the spirit incarnated in it?
A spirit does not enter a body as you enter a house. Instead, it associates with an incarnate spirit who has its same defects and qualities so that they can both act conjointly. Nevertheless, it is always the incarnate spirit who acts upon the matter enveloping it and according to its own wishes. A spirit cannot replace the one who is incarnate because the spirit is connected to the body until the time set for the end of its material existence.
If there is no such thing as possession per se, that is, the cohabitation of two spirits in the same body, may a spirit nonetheless find itself dependent on another spirit so that it sees itself subjugated or obsessed by it to such a degree that its own will is in some way paralyzed?
Yes, and these are the truly possessed. You must understand, however, that this kind of domination never occurs without the participation of the one who suffers it, either through weakness or desire. Epileptics and insane individuals have often been taken as being possessed, but they are in need of a doctor rather than an exorcist.
Can these persons by themselves repel such bad spirits and free themselves from their domination?
You can always rid yourself of any burden when you have a firm will.
Couldn't it be the case that the obsession by a bad spirit is such that the subjugated person does not even perceive it? Couldn't a third person put an end to the subjection, and in such a case, what role should he or she play?
If the individual is morally upright, his or her willpower may help by appealing to the cooperation of good spirits, because the more moral a person is, the more power that person has regarding imperfect spirits in order to repel them, and regarding good ones in order to attract them. Nevertheless, This third person will be completely powerless if the one who is subjugated does not cooperate. After all, there are persons who take delight in a dependence that satisfies their tastes and desires. In all cases, however, those who do not have a pure heart cannot have any influence whatsoever. Good spirits ignore them, and bad ones do not fear them.
Are exorcism formulas at all effective against bad spirits?
Though when these spirits see anyone who takes such formulas seriously, they laugh and persevere.
There are persons animated by good intentions, but who are obsessed nevertheless. What are the best means for them to free themselves from obsessing spirits?
Tire their patience, pay no attention to their suggestions, and show them that they are wasting their time. Then, when they see they can do nothing, they will withdraw.
What should be thought about the expulsion of demons spoken of in the Gospel?
That depends on the interpretation. If you mean by demon a bad spirit who subjugates an individual, when its influence is destroyed, it will truly be expelled. If you attribute an illness to a demon, when you have cured the sickness, you will also have expelled the demon. A thing may be true or false according to the meaning given to the words. The greatest truths may seem absurd when only the form is observed, and when an allegory is taken for reality. Understand this well and try to remember it, because it is of universal application.
Convulsionaries.
Do spirits play any role in the phenomena produced among individuals called convulsionaries?
Yes, a very large one, as does magnetism, its primary source. But charlatanism has frequently exploited and exaggerated the phenomena, thereby making them appear to be ridiculous.
In general, of what nature are the spirits who concur in these types of phenomena?
They are little evolved. Do you believe that evolved spirits would enjoy such things?
How can the abnormal state of convulsionaries and hysterical persons suddenly extend to an entire population?
By sympathetic effect. Mental dispositions are communicated more easily in certain cases. You are not such a stranger to the effects of magnetism that you cannot understand this fact, and the role certain spirits play in it through their sympathy with those who cause them.
What is the cause of the physical insensitivity displayed in certain convulsionaries and other individuals submitted to the most atrocious tortures?
In some, it is an exclusively magnetic effect, acting on the nervous system in the same manner as certain substances. In others, the exaltation of thought deadens sensitivity because life seems to have withdrawn from the body in order to be transferred to the spirit. Don't you know that when the spirit is intensely concerned with something, the body does not feel, hear, or see?
The affection of spirits for certain individuals.
Do spirits affectionately prefer certain persons?
Good spirits sympathize with moral individuals or those who are susceptible to improving themselves. Low-order spirits with wicked individuals or those who may become such. Hence, their affection is the result of a similarity of sentiment.
Is the affection of spirits for certain persons exclusively moral?
True affection has nothing carnal about it. But when a spirit attaches itself to a particular person, it is not always out of affection. A remembrance of human passions can have a hand in it.
Do spirits take an interest in our misfortunes and prosperity? Are those who wish us well concerned about the afflictions we experience in life?
Good spirits do all the good they can, and they feel happy for your joys. They are concerned about your afflictions when you do not bear them with resignation, because then they produce no good results for you. You carry on like patients who reject the bitter medicine meant to heal them.
What kind of afflictions cause spirits to be concerned about us most? Physically caused afflictions or morally caused ones?
Your selfishness and hard-heartedness, everything else derives from these. They laugh at all your imaginary ills born from pride and ambition, but they rejoice in those that will shorten the length of your trial.
Do our relatives and friends who have preceded us into the other life have more sympathy for us than spirits who are strangers?
Of course, and as spirits, they frequently protect you according to their abilities.
Are they sensitive to our affections for them?
Very sensitive, but they forget those who forget them.
Guardian angels, protector, familiar or sympathetic spirits.
Are there spirits who link themselves to particular individuals in order to protect them?
Yes, spirit friends. What you call good spirits or guardian spirits.
What is a guardian angel?
A protector spirit of a high order.
What is the mission of protector spirits?
Their mission is that of parents towards their children, to guide their wards along the path of the good, to help them with their counsels, to console them in their afflictions, and to sustain their courage in the trials of earthly life.
Are protector spirits connected to particular individuals from birth?
From birth to death, they frequently accompany them after death in the spirit life, and even through numerous corporeal existences, because these existences are no more than very short phases in the life of a spirit.
Is the mission of a protector spirit voluntary or obligatory?
The spirit is obliged to watch over you because it has accepted the task. However, it is allowed to choose individuals who are attuned to it. For some, it is a pleasure. For others, a mission or a duty.
In linking itself to an individual, does the spirit refrain from protecting other individuals?
No, but it does so less exclusively.
Is the protector spirit indissolubly connected to the person who has been entrusted into its care?
Certain spirits often leave their position to carry out different assignments, but in such cases they are replaced.
Do protector spirits sometimes abandon their ward when the latter is heedless of their warnings?
They withdraw when they see that their counsels are useless and that the ward's will is set on submitting to the influence of little evolved spirits. They do not abandon them entirely, though, and always make themselves heard. Their wards are the ones who shut their ears. Their protectors return as soon as they are called. If there is a doctrine that should convert the most incredulous by its charm and sweetness, it is that of guardian angels. Isn't it a very consoling idea to know that you always have at your side beings who are more evolved than you, who are always there to counsel, sustain, and aid you in scaling the rugged mountain of the good, who are more reliable and devoted friends than the most intimate connections that may be contracted on earth? These beings are there at God's orders. It was God who has placed them at your side. They are there out of love for God, and they fulfill a beautiful but laborious mission alongside you. Wherever you may be, your angel will be there with you, in prison, in the hospital, in dens of iniquity, in solitude. Nothing separates you from that friend whom you cannot see, but from whom your soul nonetheless receives the gentlest impulses and hears wise counsel. Why can't you understand this truth more fully? How many times it would help you in moments of crisis? How many times it would save you from bad spirits? But on the great day of accounting, this angel of the good might have to say to you, "Didn't I offer you advice? Yet you did not follow it. Didn't I show you the abyss? Yet you fell into it. I made the voice of truth resound in your conscience. Yet you followed the counsels of a lie. Instead, question your guardian angels. Establish between yourselves and them that intimate tenderness that reigns between best friends. Do not think of hiding anything from them, for they are the eyes of God, and you cannot deceive them. Consider the future, seek to progress in this life, and your trials will be shorter and your lives happier. Come, take heart. Once and for all, avoid prejudices and ulterior motives. Enter upon the new pathway, now opening before you. Forward, forward, you have guides. Follow them. Your goal cannot fail you, for the goal is God. To those who think it impossible, that truly high-order spirits could devote themselves to such a laborious task, and at all instants, we will say that we can indeed influence your souls, even though millions of miles may separate us. Space does not exist to us, and even while living on another world, our spirits retain a connection with you. We enjoy faculties that you cannot comprehend. However, you can be certain that God has not imposed a task on us that is above our strength, or that God has abandoned you alone on the earth without friends or support. All guardian angels have their wards, whom they watch over as parents watch over their children. They feel happy when they see them on the path of the good, but mourn when their counsels are despised. Do not fear tiring us with your questions. Rather, remain in contact with us always. You will thus be stronger and happier. These communications between each individual and his or her familiar spirit are what make all individuals mediums ignored today, but who will show themselves later, spreading out like an ocean without shores to sweep away disbelief and ignorance. People of learning, teach. People of talent, educate your brothers and sisters. Without knowing it, the work you accomplish is Christ's work, which God has imposed on you. Why has God granted you intelligence and knowledge, if not to share them with your brothers and sisters, to enable them to progress on the path of joy and eternal blessedness?
Can spirits who abandon their wards and no longer do them good do them evil instead?
Good spirits never do evil. They leave that to those who take their place, and then you blame fate for the misfortunes that overwhelm you, whereas you yourselves are actually to blame.
Can protector spirits leave their wards at the mercy of spirits who might harm them?
There is unity among bad spirits for neutralizing the action of the good ones. But if wards would so desire, they could restore the link to their good spirit. The good spirit may find a more willing person somewhere else to help in the meantime, while waiting for an opportunity to return to its ward.
When protector spirits allow their wards to be led astray in life, is it because they are powerless to confront malevolent spirits?
It is not because they are powerless, but because they do not want to. Their wards emerge from their trials more evolved and more learned. Their protector spirits assist them with their counsels through the good thoughts they suggest, but which, unfortunately, are not always heeded. It is nothing but human weakness, carelessness, or pride that concedes power to bad spirits. Their power over you comes solely from the fact that you do not offer them any resistance.
Are protector spirits with their wards all the time? Aren't there circumstances where they may lose sight of them without abandoning them?
There are circumstances in which the presence of the protector spirit next to its ward is not necessary.
Does a time come in which a spirit no longer needs its guardian angel?
Yes, when it reaches the level at which it can guide itself, just as the time comes in which the student no longer needs the master, but this does not happen on the earth.
Why is the action of spirits in our lives so secretive? When they are protecting us, why don't they do so openly?
If you counted on their support all the time, you would not act by yourselves, and your spirit would not progress. In order for it to advance, it needs experience, and experience must often be acquired at its own expense. It must exert its own volition. Otherwise, it would be like a small child who is not allowed to walk by him or herself. The action of the spirits who wish you well always occurs in such a way so as not to hamper your free will. For if you did not have any responsibility, you would not progress on the path that must lead you towards God. Since they do not see who is helping them, humans rely on their own efforts. Their guides watch over them nevertheless, and from time to time warn them of danger.
Do the protector spirits who succeed in leading their ward along the path of the good experience any good for themselves?
It is a merit that will be taken into account, whether for their advancement or their happiness. They feel happy when they see their efforts crowned with success. It is a triumph for them, as when a mentor exults at the success of his or her disciple.
Are they responsible if their efforts are unsuccessful?
No, because they have done all they could.
Don't protector spirits suffer when they see their wards following an immoral path in spite of their warning? And isn't it a cause of distress for them?
They suffer from their wards' misdeeds, and they pity them, but this affliction has none of the anguish of earthly parenthood, because they know that there is a remedy for the wrongdoing, and that what is not done today will be done tomorrow.
Could we ever know the name of our protector spirit or guardian angel?
Why do you want to know names that do not exist for you? Do you believe there are only spirits with whom you are familiar?
But how can we invoke our protector spirit if we do not know its name?
Give it any name you please, that of a high-order spirit for whom you have sympathy or veneration. Your protector will answer to that name, for all good spirits are kin and mutually assist each other.
Are protector spirits who employ well-known names always those of the actual individuals who had those names?
No, but they are spirits who are sympathetic to them and who often come at their orders. You require a name, therefore they employ one that will inspire your trust. When you cannot personally carry out a mission, you send someone whom you trust and who acts in your name.
When we return to the spirit life, will we recognize our protector spirit?
Yes, because you frequently knew it before your incarnation.
Do protector spirits all belong to the order of highly evolved spirits? Can they sometimes be found among average orders? Can a father, for example, become the protector spirit of his child?
He can, but protection presupposes a certain degree of elevation, and additionally, a power or virtue granted by God. A father who protects his child may himself be assisted by a more evolved spirit.
Can spirits who have left the earth under good circumstances always protect those whom they loved and who have survived them?
Their power is more or less restricted. The position in which they find themselves does not always allow them full freedom of action.
Do humans in the primitive state or in the state of moral impurity also have protector spirits? So, are these spirits of an order as elevated as those of more advanced humans?
All individuals have a spirit who watches over them, but such a mission is relative to its purpose. You do not give a professor of philosophy to a child who is just learning to read. The progress of the familiar spirit follows that of the spirit it protects. Having a more highly evolved spirit who watches over you, you in turn may become the protector of a spirit who is less evolved than you, and the progress you help that spirit make will contribute to your own advancement. God does not require of a spirit more than what its nature and the degree at which it has arrived will allow.
When a discarnate father who has been watching over his child reincarnates, does he still continue to do so?
That is a more difficult situation, but in a moment of freedom, he may ask that a sympathetic spirit assist him in this mission. However, spirits only accept missions they can carry out to the end. Incarnate spirits, especially on worlds where existence is quite material, are too dominated by their physical body to be able to devote themselves entirely to others, that is, to assist them personally. That is why those who are not sufficiently evolved are themselves assisted by spirits who are more evolved, so that if one fails for whatever reason, it will be replaced by another.
Besides our protector spirit, is a bad spirit connected to each one of us for the purpose of leading us into wrongdoing and for providing us an opportunity to struggle with good and evil?
Connected is not the right term. It is certainly true that bad spirits try to draw individuals away from the moral road when they find the opportunity. However, when one of them connects itself to an individual, it does so of its own accord because it hopes to be listened to. This gives rise to a struggle between the good and the bad spirit, and the one whose influence the individual has heeded will win.
May we have several protector spirits?
All individuals always have sympathetic spirits who are more advanced or less so, who dedicate their affection to them and who take an interest in them. There are also those who help them in wrongdoing.
Do sympathetic spirits act in virtue of a mission?
Sometimes they may have a temporary mission but generally they are only attracted due to a similarity of thought and sentiment in good or evil.
So it is correct to assume that sympathetic spirits may be either good or bad.
Yes, humans will always encounter spirits who sympathize with them, whatever their character may be.
Are familiar spirits the same as sympathetic spirits or protector spirits?
There are many, many gradations of protection and sympathy. Give to them whatever names you desire. The familiar spirit, however, is usually a friend of the home.
What should be thought of persons who seem to attach themselves to others in order to lead them inevitably into perdition, or on the other hand, to guide them along the path of the good?
Some persons exert a certain effect on others. They hold a kind of spell over them that seems irresistible. When this happens for ill, they are in fact bad spirits whom other bad spirits employ in order to better subjugate their victims. God may permit this in order to test them.
Could our good spirit or a bad one incarnate in order to follow us more directly in life?
This sometimes happens, but they frequently entrust this task to incarnate spirits who are sympathetic with them.
Are there spirits who attach themselves to an entire family in order to protect it?
Some spirits link themselves to the members of the same family who live together and are united by affection. However, do not believe in spirit protectors of race pride.
Do groups of individuals such as societies, cities, and nations have their own special protector spirits?
Yes, because such groups are collective individualities that are headed towards a common objective and therefore have the need of higher direction.
Are the protector spirits of groups of a more advanced nature than those who are linked to individuals?
Everything is relative to the degree of advancement, whether of groups or of individuals.
May certain spirits help the arts to progress by watching over those involved in them?
There are special protector spirits who assist those who invoke them and whom they deem worthy. But what could you expect them to do for those who deem themselves to be something, whereas in fact they are not? They cannot make the blind see or the deaf hear.
Is a presentiment always a warning from a protector spirit?
A presentiment can be the inner and secret counsel of a spirit who wishes you well. It can also be an intuition about a choice made prior to incarnation. It is the voice of instinct. Before incarnating, a spirit has knowledge of the principal phases of its coming existence, i.e., the kind of trials in which it will be engaged. When these are of a marked character, it preserves a type of impression in its inner consciousness, and this impression, the voice of instinct, awakens when the moment arrives. It then becomes a presentiment.
Presentiments and the voice of instinct are always somewhat vague. What should we do when we are uncertain?
When in doubt, invoke your good spirit or pray to God, our supreme creator, to send you a divine messenger, one of us.
Do the warnings of our protector spirits have our moral conduct as their sole objective, or our conduct regarding the things of our private life as well?
Everything they seek to enable you to live in the best way possible, but you frequently shut your ears to their good warnings, and you thus make yourselves unhappy through your own fault.
The influence of spirits on the events of life.
Do spirits exert any influence on the events of life?
Certainly, because they counsel you.
Do they exert this influence in any other way besides the thoughts they suggest? Do they act directly in the outcome of things?
Yes, but they never act outside natural laws.
Since spirits can act upon matter, can they cause certain effects with the aim of producing a given outcome? For example, a man's time is up. He climbs a ladder, the ladder breaks, and he dies from the fall. Did spirits cause the ladder to break so that the man's fate would be fulfilled?
It is certainly true that spirits have an influence on matter, but they do so according to the laws of nature and not to derogate from them by causing an unexpected event at a given moment and contrary to such laws. In the example you have just mentioned, the ladder breaks because it is rotten or because it is not strong enough to support the man's weight. If it were the man's fate to die in this way, spirits would inspire him with the thought of climbing the ladder, which would then break under his weight. Thus, his death would stem from a natural cause without the need for any kind of miracle.
Let us take another example, but one in which the natural state of matter does not intervene. A man is destined to die from lightning. He seeks refuge under a tree, lightning strikes it and he dies. Did spirits cause the lightning and direct it at him?
It is still the same thing. The lightning struck the tree at that particular moment because the event happened according to the laws of nature. The lightning was not directed at the tree because the man was under it, but rather he was given the inspiration to take refuge under the tree where lightning would strike. The tree would have been struck anyway, whether the man had been under it or not.
An ill-intentioned man shoots at another, but the bullet barely grazes him. Could a benevolent spirit have deflected the shot?
If the individual was not meant to be struck, the benevolent spirit may have inspired him with the thought of moving out of its path, or it may have confounded his enemy in such a way as to make him miss. Once the bullet is on its way, however, it must follow the line of its trajectory.
What should be thought about magic bullets that are referred to in certain legends, and which fatality hit their mark?
Pure imagination. Humans delight in the extraordinary, but they are not content with the marvels of nature.
May the spirits who direct the events of life be thwarted by spirits who have desires to the contrary?
What God has willed must occur. If there is any delay or hindrance, it is the divine will.
Mightn't frivolous and mocking spirits cause the little difficulties that undo our plans and upset our calculations? In other words, aren't they the authors of what we commonly call the petty troubles of human life?
They take pleasure in such annoyances which are trials for you and are meant to try your patience, but they stop when they see that nothing comes of it. However, it would neither be just nor correct to blame them for all your frustrations, of which you yourselves are the main authors through your own carelessness. Thus, if your dish breaks, it was probably due more to your clumsiness than the fault of spirits.
Do spirits who cause annoyances behave in such a manner as a result of personal animosity? Or do they attack the first person whom they meet out of simple malice and without any set motive?
They act from both motives. Sometimes they are enemies whom you have made in this life or in a previous one, and who pursue you as a result. At other times, there is no motive.
Is the rancor of the people that have harmed us on earth extinguished with their corporeal life?
They often realize the injustice and the wrong they have done, but if God allows them, they will continue to pursue you in their hatred in order to test you further.
Is there a way to put an end to it, and if so, by what means?
Yes, by praying for them and by paying back their evil with good. That way they will end up comprehending their errors. In all cases, if you know how to place yourselves above their schemes, they will cease them upon seeing they have gained nothing from them.
Do spirits have the power to divert misfortunes from certain persons and to attract prosperity to them instead?
Not entirely, because there are misfortunes that belong to the designs of providence. Nevertheless, they lessen your pain by giving you patience and resignation. Also, be aware that it frequently depends on you yourselves to divert such misfortunes, or at least to mitigate them. God has given you intelligence so that you may use it, and it is especially in this way that spirits help you by suggesting favorable thoughts to you, but they only help those who know how to help themselves. That is the meaning of the words seek and you will find, knock and it will be open to you. Moreover, what looks like misfortune to you is not always such in reality. Frequently, something good will result from it that is far better, but that is what you do not comprehend because you think only of the present moment or of your own selves.
Can spirits enable us to obtain the gifts of fortune if we ask them to?
Sometimes, as a trial. Most often, however, they will refuse, just as you would refuse a child's inconsiderate request.
When obstacles seem to fatally inflict our projects, is it because of the influence of some spirit?
It is sometimes because of the influence of a spirit, other times, and more frequently, it is because you yourselves have mismanaged your projects. Position and character have much to do with it, and if you persist in following a path that is not right for you, spirits have nothing to do with it. You yourselves become your own bad spirit.
When something fortunate happens to us, should we thank our protector spirit?
Above all, thank God, without whose permission nothing takes place. Afterwards, thank the good spirits who were God's agents.
Nevertheless, there are many people who neither pray nor give thanks, but for whom everything turns out well anyway.
Yes, but it is necessary to see the end. They will pay dearly for this temporary, undeserved happiness, for the more they have received, the more they will have to render account for it.
The action of spirits on the phenomena of nature.
Are the great phenomena of nature those considered as perturbations of the elements due to fortuitous causes, or do they all have a providential purpose?
Everything has a reason for being, and nothing occurs without God's permission.
Do these phenomena always have humankind as their objective?
Sometimes they occur for a reason directly related to humankind, but most frequently they have no other purpose than to re-establish the balance and harmony of the physical forces of nature.
We understand perfectly well that God's will is the primary cause in these as in all things. But since we know that spirits can in fact act upon matter and that they are agents of God's will, we would ask whether some among them might not exert an influence over the elements in order to rouse, calm, or direct them.
But that is obvious. It cannot be otherwise. God does not act directly on nature, but has devoted agents on every degree of the world's scales.
The mythology of the ancients is entirely based on spiritist ideas, with the difference that they regarded spirits as deities, and they represented those gods or spirits as having special attributes. Thus, some were in charge of the wind, others the lightning, while others presided over vegetation, etc. Is this belief entirely without foundation?
It is well-founded, yet it is still very far from the truth.
Along the same lines, are there spirits inhabiting the Earth's interior, presiding over geological phenomena?
Such spirits do not actually inhabit the earth, but they preside over and direct its phenomena according to their particular attributes. Someday you will have an explanation for all these phenomena, and you will comprehend them better.
Do the spirits who preside over the phenomena of nature form a special category in the spirit world? Are they separate beings, or are they spirits who have been incarnated like us?
Who will be or who have been?
Do these spirits belong to the higher or lower orders of the spirit hierarchy?
That depends on whether their role is more material or intelligent, or less. Some command, others execute. Those who perform material functions are always of a lower order among spirits, just as among human beings.
In the production of certain phenomena storms, for example, does a single spirit act, or do they gather en masse?
In enormous masses.
Do the spirits who act upon the phenomena of nature do so with full awareness and in virtue of their free will, or out of an instinctive and unreasoning impulse?
Some in one way, others in the other. Let us make a comparison. Consider the myriads of animals that little by little build up islands and archipelagos in the ocean. Do you believe that there is no providential purpose in this, and that this transformation of the surface of the globe is not necessary for its overall harmony? Yet all this is accomplished by animals of the lowest degree while they are providing for their own needs, and without perceiving that they are God's instruments. In the same way, the least advanced spirits are useful to the general whole while preparing for life, and before having full awareness of their acts and free will, they act upon certain phenomena in which they are the unwitting agents. At first they execute. Later, when their intelligence is more developed, they command and direct the matters of the material world. Still later, they direct the things of the moral world. Hence, everything is useful, everything in nature is linked together, from the primitive atom to the archangel, who also began as only an atom, an admirable law of harmony which your limited minds cannot yet grasp in its entirety.
Spirits during battle.
During battle, are there spirits who assist in it and who aid each of the forces in the fight?
Yes, and who stimulate their courage.
In war, justice is always on one side only. How can spirits support the one that is in the wrong?
You know perfectly well that there are spirits who seek only discord and destruction. For them, war is war. The justness of the cause means little to them.
Can certain spirits influence generals in the conception of their plans for a particular campaign?
Absolutely. Spirits can influence them in this as in all conceptions.
Can bad spirits suggest faulty plans to them in order to lead them to defeat?
Yes, but don't they have free will? If their judgment does not enable them to distinguish a good idea from a bad one, they will suffer the consequences and would do better at obeying than commanding.
Can generals sometimes be guided by a type of second sight, an intuitive perception that shows them the result of their strategies beforehand?
That is frequently what happens with geniuses. It is what they call inspiration, and it enables them to act with a type of certainty. This inspiration comes to them from the spirits who guide them and who use the faculties with which such individuals have been endowed.
In the heat of combat, what happens to the spirits of those who die? Are they still interested in the battle after death?
Some continue to be interested, others withdraw.
After death, do the spirits of those who had fought each other while alive still regard one another as enemies and continue to be hostile toward each other?
In such moments, spirits are never calm. At first, they may still hate their enemies and even pursue them, but when they regain their composure, they see that their animosity no longer has any motive. Nevertheless, they may retain greater or lesser traces of it, depending on their character.
Do they still hear the din of the battle?
Yes, perfectly.
Do spirits who calmly watch a battle as spectators witness the separation of soul from body? How does this phenomenon appear to them?
Very few deaths are truly instantaneous. Most of the time, a spirit whose body has been mortally wounded is not aware of it at the time. Only when consciousness begins to return can the spirit be seen moving beside its corpse. This appears so natural that the sight of the dead body lying there does not produce any disagreeable effect. All life having been transferred into the spirit, only the spirit attracts attention, and it is the spirit with whom spectators converse or to whom they give orders.
Pacts.
Is there any kind of truth to pacts being formed with bad spirits?
No, there are no such pacts. However, a bad nature may be attuned to bad spirits. For example, you want to torment your neighbor, but you do not know how to proceed. Thus, you call low-order spirits who, like you, desire only harm. In return for their help, they want you to help them in their own wrongful designs. However, this does not mean that your neighbor cannot be freed from them by an opposing appeal and by an action of the will. Those who desire to commit a wrongful act simply for the sake of doing harm call bad spirits to their aid and then become obliged to serve them in turn because these spirits need them for the wrongful things they themselves desire to do. It is only in this that a pact consists.
What is the meaning of the fantastic fables according to which certain individuals have sold their soul to Satan in exchange for certain favors?
All fables contain a teaching and a moral. Your error is in taking them literally. This one is an allegory that may be explained like this. Those who call bad spirits to help them obtain the gifts of fortune or any other favor rebel against providence. They renounce the mission they have received and the trials they must undergo in this world, but they will reap the consequences of it in the life to come. This does not mean their soul is condemned to suffer forever. However, instead of detaching themselves from matter, they immerse themselves deeper and deeper in it. The joys they have preferred on earth will no longer be available to them in the spirit world until they atone for their wrong through new trials that will perhaps be even greater and more painful. Out of love for material pleasures, they place themselves under the power of impure spirits. Hence, they tacitly establish a mutual pact which leads them to ruin, but which will always be easy for them to break with the assistance of good spirits if they firmly desire to do so.
Occult power, talismans, sorcerers.
Can bad people, with the aid of bad spirits to whom they are devoted, cause harm to their neighbor?
No, God would not permit it.
What is to be thought of the belief that certain individuals can cast spells?
Some persons possess a very strong magnetic power, which they may misuse if their own spirit is bad. In that case, other bad spirits might come to their aid, but do not believe in the fake magical power that exists only in the imagination of superstitious people who are ignorant of the true laws of nature. The events they cite are natural events poorly observed and, above all, poorly understood.
What may be the effect of formulas and practices with which certain persons claim to control the wills of spirits?
That of making them look ridiculous if they are of good faith. If not, they are rogues who deserve punishment. All such formulas are mere charlatanism. There is no sacramental word, no Kabbalistic sign, no talisman that has any power over spirits, because they are only attracted by thought and not by material objects.
Haven't certain spirits sometimes dictated Kabbalistic formulas?
Yes, there are spirits who indicate signs and bizarre words, or who prescribe certain acts with the help of which you perform what you call spellcasting. Nevertheless, you may be very sure that these spirits are mocking you and abusing your credulity.
Isn't it possible that those who rightly or wrongly trust in what they call the virtue of a talisman may attract a spirit by such trust, since it is their thought that acts, whereas the talisman is only a sign that helps to direct the thought?
That is the case, but the nature of the spirit attracted by such means depends on the purity of the intention and the level of the sentiments. But it is rare for those who are simple enough to believe in the virtue of a talisman not to have a material objective rather than a moral one. Whatever the case may be, this implies a narrowness and weakness of mind that gives access to imperfect and mocking spirits.
What are sorcerers?
When they are of good faith, those whom you call sorcerers are persons who possess certain faculties, such as magnetic power or second sight. Since they do things that you do not comprehend, you suppose them to be endowed with supernatural power. Haven't your learned individuals often been mistaken for sorcerers in the eyes of the ignorant?
Do certain individuals really possess the gift of healing by simple touch?
Their magnetic power may act to that extent when it is aided by purity of sentiments and an ardent desire to do good, for then good spirits come to their aid. It is necessary, however, to distrust the way stories are told by very gullible or enthusiastic individuals who are always ready to see the miraculous in the simplest and most natural things. One must always distrust the self-interested claims of persons who exploit credulity for their own profit.
Blessings and curses.
Can blessings and curses attract good or evil to those at whom they are aimed?
God does not listen to unjust curses, and those who utter them are guilty before God. Since we have two opposing tendencies, good and evil, there may be a momentary influence in these cases even upon matter. This influence never occurs, however, without God's permission, and as an increase in the trial for the one at whom it is aimed. Besides, most frequently, curses are usually aimed at the wicked, while blessings are aimed at the morally upright. Blessings or curses can never divert providence from the path of justice. Providence does not strike those who are cursed unless they are wicked, and its protection covers only those who deserve it.
Chapter 9. Occupations and Missions of Spirits. Occupations and Missions of Spirits.
Do spirits have any other duty besides their own personal improvement?
They concur in the harmony of the universe and act as ministers in fulfilling God's will. Spirit life is a continuous occupation, but it is not at all arduous like that of earth, because it is not subject to bodily fatigue or the anguish of need.
Do less evolved spirits also perform a useful role in the universe?
All have duties to fulfill. Doesn't the least of masons concur in the construction of a building as much as the architect does?
Does each spirit have special attributes?
It is worth stating that we all must inhabit all places and must acquire knowledge of all things, successively presiding over functions involving all the planes of the universe. However, as Ecclesiastes states, there is a time for everything. Thus, one spirit is currently fulfilling its destiny on this world, while another will accomplish or has already accomplished its destiny at another time on the earth, in the water, in the air, etc.
Are the functions that spirits perform in the order of things permanent for each spirit? And do such functions belong exclusively to the attributes of certain orders?
All spirits must ascend the various degrees of the scale in order to perfect themselves. Since God is just, God could not have given knowledge without effort to some, while others acquired it only in a painful manner.
Since spirits of the most advanced order have nothing more to acquire, are they in a state of absolute repose, or do they still have occupations?
What do you think they're doing for all eternity? Eternal idleness would be eternal torture.
What is the nature of their occupations?
Receiving orders directly from God, transmitting them throughout the universe, and supervising their execution.
That is understandable for good spirits, but does the same apply to less evolved ones?
Less evolved spirits have occupations suitable for their nature. Would you entrust the works of cultured individuals to manual laborers?
Are there among spirits those who are idle, or who do not occupy themselves with anything useful?
Yes, but it is temporary and depends on the development of their intelligence. Certainly, as among humans, there are those who live only for themselves. Such idleness nonetheless weighs on them, and sooner or later the desire to progress stirs the need for activity, and they are glad to make themselves useful once again. We are speaking of spirits who have arrived at the necessary point of self-consciousness and free will, for at their origin they are like newborn children who act more from instinct than from a determined will.
Do spirits examine our works of art and take an interest in them?
They examine anything that may indicate the elevation of spirits and their progress.
Does a spirit who had a specialty on earth, a painter or architect, for example, take a special interest in the works that were the object of its predilection during life?
Everything blends into an overall objective. If the spirit is good, it will take an interest in them to the degree that they enable it to help with the evolution of souls toward God. Besides, you are forgetting that spirits who practiced an art during the lifetime in which you knew them could have practiced another in a previous lifetime, because it is necessary for them to know everything in order to perfect themselves. Thus, according to their degree of advancement, it might be that nothing constitutes a specialty for them. This is what I meant when I stated that everything blends into an overall objective. Also, be aware of this. What is sublime to you in your backward world is no more than child's play when compared with what exists on more advanced worlds. Why would you suppose that the spirits who inhabit those worlds, where there are arts unknown to you, would admire what would appear to them as no more than the work of a school child? As I have already stated, they examine whatever may indicate progress.
We understand why such must be the case with highly advanced spirits, but we are speaking about more commonplace spirits who have not yet raised themselves above earthly ideas.
Their case is different. Their point of view is more limited, and they may admire what you yourselves admire.
Do spirits sometimes meddle in our occupations and pleasures?
Commonplace spirits, as you call them, yes, they are unceasingly around you and at times take a very active part in all that you do according to their nature. It is good that they do so in order to drive men and women forward in their different walks of life, exciting or moderating their passions.
Do spirits who have missions to fulfill do so while in the errant state or in the incarnate state?
They may do so in either state. For certain errant spirits, it is a great occupation.
What do the missions that may be entrusted to errant spirits entail?
They are so varied that it would be impossible to describe them. Besides, there are those that you would not be able to comprehend. Spirits fulfill the will of God, and you are not able to grasp all the divine designs.
Do spirits always comprehend the designs that they are charged with executing?
No, there are those who are blind instruments, while others know fully well the purpose for which they act.
Are advanced spirits the only ones who have missions to fulfill?
A mission's importance is in relation to the spirit's ability and elevation. The courier who carries a dispatch also fulfills a mission, though it is not that of a general.
Is the mission of a spirit imposed on it, or does it depend on its will?
A spirit asks for it and is happy to receive it.
May the same mission be requested by several spirits?
Yes, there are frequently several candidates, but not all are accepted.
What does the mission of incarnate spirits entail?
Instructing human beings, helping them to advance, and improving their institutions by direct and material means. Missions are of various degrees of generality and importance. However, the one who cultivates the soil fulfills a mission as surely as the one who rules or teaches. Everything in nature is linked together. At the same time in which a spirit is purifying itself through incarnation, it is also working to fulfill the designs of providence. Each one has its mission in this world because each one can be useful for something.
What could be the earthly mission of intentionally useless persons?
There really are persons who live only for themselves and who do not know how to make themselves useful for anything. They are poor beings whom we should pity because they will painfully expiate their intentional uselessness, and their chastisement frequently begins even in this world through weariness and dissatisfaction with life.
Since they had the right to choose, why did they prefer a life that could not be of any use to them?
Among spirits, there are also lazy ones who recoil before a life of work. God allows them to do so. They will understand the inappropriateness of their uselessness later and at their own expense, and they will be the first to ask to make up for lost time. Also, they had perhaps chosen a more useful life to begin with, but once in action, they rejected it, allowing themselves to be misled by the suggestions of spirits who incited them to idleness.
Common occupations would seem to be duties rather than missions per se. According to the idea normally associated with the word, a mission has a sense of importance that is less exclusive, and especially less personal. From that point of view, how can we tell if persons have a real mission on earth?
By the great things they do, and by the progress they enable their fellow beings to make.
Are those who have an important mission predestined to it before their birth, and do they have knowledge of it?
Yes, sometimes, but more often they are unaware of it. They only have a vague notion of it when they arrive on the earth. Their mission is traced out after their birth and according to circumstances as God drives them along the path on which they must fulfill the divine designs.
When individuals do something useful, Is it always in virtue of a previous and predestined mission, or might they have received an unforeseen mission?
Not everything that individuals do is the consequence of a predestined mission. Instead, they are frequently the instrument a spirit uses in order to perform something it considers useful. For example, a certain spirit thinks it would be a good idea to write a book, which it would actually write if it were incarnate, so it seeks out the writer most capable of comprehending its thought and most capable of acting on it. It suggests the idea and directs its execution. Thus, this individual did not originally come to Earth with the mission of doing this particular work. The same thing applies to certain works of art and discoveries. It should be further noted that during its Buddhist sleep, the incarnate spirit communicates directly with the discarnate one in order to discuss how the mission is to be carried out.
Can a spirit fail in its mission through its own fault?
Yes, if it is not a high-order spirit.
What are the consequences for it?
It will have to start the work over, that is its punishment. Furthermore, it will suffer the consequences of the problems it has caused.
Since a spirit receives its mission from God, how could God entrust an important mission of general interest to a spirit who may fail?
Doesn't God know whether his general will be victorious or defeated? Rest assured that it is so, and the divine plans, when important, do not rely on those who might abandon the work in the middle of it. The whole issue for you is the knowledge of the future which God possesses, but which is not given to you.
Does a spirit who incarnates to fulfill a mission have the same apprehensions as the one who incarnates to undergo a trial?
No, it has experience.
Individuals who are the lights of humankind, those who enlighten humans with their genius, obviously have a mission. But amongst them are those who are mistaken and who, alongside great truths, spread great errors. How should we regard their mission?
As having been falsified by them. They are beneath the task they have undertaken. However, it is necessary to take circumstances into account. Geniuses must speak according to the time in which they live. Thus, a teaching that appears erroneous or puerile to a later era may have been sufficient during its own time.
Can parenthood be considered a mission?
It is, without a doubt, a mission, and at the same time a very great duty that involves parents more than they might think concerning their responsibility for the future. God has placed children under the care of their parents so that they may guide them on the path of the good, and has facilitated their task by giving children a frail and delicate organization that renders them accessible to all sorts of impressions. However, there are those who are more concerned with training the trees in their orchards and making them produce fine fruit than with training the character of their children. If their children fail, due to their neglect, they will have to bear the punishment, and the sufferings of their children will come back to them in a future life, because they did not do what was incumbent on them for their children's advancement on the path of the good.
If a child goes astray in spite of the care of the parents, are they still responsible?
No, but the more the child is disposed toward wrongdoing, the heavier their task is, and the greater will be their merit if they manage to divert the child away from the wrongful path.
If a child becomes a good adult, despite the negligence or bad examples of the parents, do the parents receive any benefit from it?
God is just...
What could be the nature of the missions of conquerors whose only aim is to satisfy their ambition, and who, in order to reach their goal, do not recoil before any calamity they may cause?
Most of the time, they are nothing more than instruments used by God for fulfilling the divine designs. Such calamities are often the means for enabling a people to advance more rapidly.
If those who are the instruments of such temporary calamities are unaware of the good that may result from them because they inflicted them with a personal aim in mind, will they nevertheless profit from the resultant good?
All are rewarded according to their deeds, the good they meant to do, and the honesty of their intentions.
Chapter 10. The Three Kingdoms. Minerals and plants.
What do you think of the division of nature into three kingdoms or into two classes, organic beings and inorganic beings? Some regard the human species as a fourth kingdom. Which of these divisions is preferable?
They're all good. It depends on one's point of view. From a material point of view, there are only inorganic and organic beings. From the mental point of view, however, there are obviously 4 degrees.
Do plants have any awareness of their existence?
No, they do not think. They have only organic life.
Do plants feel sensations? Do they suffer when mutilated?
Plants receive the physical impressions that act upon matter, but they do not have perceptions. Consequently, they do not feel the sensation of pain.
Is the force that attracts plants towards each other independent of their will?
Yes, because they do not think. It is a mechanical force of matter, acting upon matter. They cannot oppose it.
Some plants, the mimosa and the Dionia 48, for example, show movements that indicate great sensitivity, and in some cases, a kind of will like the latter whose lobes seize the fly that lands on it in order to suck its juices, seeming to have set a trap to kill it. Are these plants endowed with the faculty of thought? Do they have a will, and do they form an intermediary class between the plant and animal nature? Do they comprise a transition from the one to the other?
Everything in nature is in transition by the same fact that one thing does not resemble another, and that everything nevertheless is linked together. Plants do not think, and consequently have no will. The oyster which opens itself and all other zoophytes do not possess thought. They have no more than blind and natural instinct.
In plants, as in animals, isn't there an instinct for self-preservation that leads them to seek what may be useful to them and to avoid what may harm them?
There is, if you wish, a kind of instinct. It depends on the extent you attribute to the word, but it is purely mechanical. When you see 2 bodies combine during a chemical reaction, it is because they harmonize with each other. That is, there is an affinity between them, but you do not call it instinct.
On more highly evolved worlds, are the plants like the other beings more perfect in nature?
Everything is more perfect, but the plants are always plants, as the animals are always animals, and as the human beings are always human beings.
Animals and human beings.
If we compare human beings with animals in relation to intelligence, it seems difficult to establish a line of demarcation, because certain animals on this earth have an obvious superiority over certain humans. Can such a line of demarcation be established in a precise manner?
Your philosophers are not in much agreement about this subject. Some would want for humans to be animals, and others for animals to be human. Both are wrong. Humans are beings apart who sometimes sink very low, or who may sometimes ascend very high. In their physical nature, humans are like the animals and less well endowed than many of them. Nature has given the animals everything that humans are obligated to invent with their intelligence in order to provide for their own needs and self-preservation. Their body is destroyed like that of the animals, that is certain, but their spirit has a destiny that they alone can comprehend, because they alone are completely free. Poor humans who debase yourselves more than wild animals.
Don't you know how to distinguish yourselves from them? Recognize human beings through their ability to think about God.
Could we say that animals act only through instinct?
That again is a theory. It is quite true that instinct dominates most animals, but don't you see some that act from a determined will? It is because they have limited intelligence.
Do animals have language?
If you mean a language formed of words and syllables, no. But if you mean a way of communicating amongst themselves, then yes. They say many more things than you might suppose, but their language is limited to their needs, as are their thoughts.
There are animals that possess no voice. Aren't they deprived of language?
They understand one another by other means. Don't you human beings use more than speech to communicate with one another? And mutes? What about them? Since animals are endowed with a life of relationships, they have means of warning each other and of expressing the sensations they experience. Do you think that fish do not understand each other? Human beings do not have the exclusive privilege of language, but the language of animals is instinctive and limited exclusively to the circle of their own needs and thoughts. while that of humans is perfectible and lends itself to all the conceptions of their intelligence.
Where do certain animals get their aptitude to imitate human language? And why is this aptitude found more among birds than among apes, for example, whose body structure is more analogous to the human structure?
The particular conformation of the vocal organs aided by the instinct of imitation. Apes imitate gestures, certain birds imitate the voice.
Since animals have an intelligence that gives them a certain freedom of action, is there in them a principle independent of matter?
Yes, and it survives their body.
Is this principle a soul similar to that of humans?
It is a soul, if you'd like. It depends on the meaning you attach to the word. It is less evolved than that of humans, however. Between the souls of animals and humans, there is as great a difference as there is between the human soul and God.
Does the animal's soul retain its individuality and self-awareness after death?
Its individuality, yes, but not its self-awareness. Its intelligent life remains in a latent state.
Can an animal's soul choose the species in which it prefers to incarnate?
No, it does not possess free will.
Since the animal's soul survives its body, does it remain in an errant state like the human soul after death?
It remains in a type of errant state because it is not united to a body, but it is not an errant spirit. The errant spirit is a being who thinks and acts of its own free will. Animal spirits do not have the same faculty. Self-awareness is what comprises the principal attribute of the human spirit. After its death, an animal soul is classified by the spirits in charge of doing so, and it is utilized almost immediately. It is not given time to enter into relations with other creatures.
Do animals follow a law of progress like humans?
Yes, and that is why on higher worlds, where humans are more advanced, the animals are also more advanced and possess more developed means of communication. However, they are always lower than humans, and subject to them, they are their intelligent servants.
Do animals progress by their will like human beings or by necessity?
By necessity, that is why there is no expiation for them.
Since the animals, even the perfected ones of the higher worlds, are always beneath humans, wouldn't this result in God having created intelligent beings perpetually condemned to inferiority? So, wouldn't this seem to be in disagreement with the unity of design and progress discernible in all of God's works?
Everything in nature is linked together by ties that you cannot yet perceive, and the most apparently discrepant things have points of contact that humans will never manage to comprehend in their present state. They may glimpse them through an effort of their intelligence, but it is only when that intelligence has reached its full development and frees itself from the prejudices of pride and ignorance that they will be able to see clearly into the works of God. Until then, their limited ideas will cause them to look at everything from a petty and limited point of view. Rest assured that God cannot be self-contradictory and that everything in nature is harmonized through general laws that never deviate from the sublime wisdom of the Creator.
Then intelligence is a common property, a point of contact between the souls of animals and humans?
Yes, but animals only have the intelligence of material life. In humans, intelligence produces moral life.
If we considered all the points of contact between humans and animals, mightn't we believe that humans possess two souls? An animal soul and a spiritual soul, and that if they did not have the latter, they would live only as animals? In other words, isn't the animal a being similar to the human minus the spiritual soul? If so, wouldn't it follow that the good and bad instincts of humans would be the effect of the predominance of one or other of these two souls?
No, humans do not have two souls, but the body has its instincts, which result from the sensations of its organs. There is nothing in humans except a dual nature, the animal nature and the spiritual nature. Through their body and instincts, they participate in the nature and instincts of animals. Through their soul, they participate in the nature of spirits.
Thus, besides getting rid of its own imperfections, must the spirit also struggle against the influence of matter?
Yes. The less evolved it is, the tighter are the bonds between the spirit and matter. Can't you see that? No, humans do not have two souls. The soul is always one in each individual. The soul of animals and that of humans are so very different from each other that the soul of one cannot animate the body created for the other. But if humans do not possess an animal soul whose passions would place it on the level of the animals, they nonetheless have an animal body which often drags them down to that level, for its body is an entity endowed with vitality and instincts which are unintelligent and limited to self-preservation.
Where do the animals get the intelligent principle that comprises the particular kind of soul with which they are endowed?
From the universal intelligent element.
Then the intelligence of both humans and animals emanates from a single principle?
Of course, but in humans it goes through a development that elevates it above that of the animals.
It has been stated that the human soul at its origin resembles the state of human infancy in the corporeal life, that its intelligence is only beginning to unfold, and that it is preparing itself for life. See number 190. Where does the soul accomplish this primary phase?
In a series of existences preceding the period you call humanity.
Then it would seem that the soul had been the intelligent principle of the lower beings of creation, correct?
Haven't we stated that everything in nature is linked together and tends towards unity? It is in those beings whom you are far from knowing about entirely that the intelligent principle is developed, is gradually individualized, and is prepared for life. As we have stated, in a certain way, it is a preparatory work like that of germination, after which the intelligent principle undergoes transformation and becomes a spirit. It is then that the period of humanity begins for it, and with it, the consciousness of its future, the distinction between good and evil, and the responsibility for its acts, the same way that childhood comes before adolescence, then youth, and finally adulthood. There is nothing humiliating about this origin. Do the greatest geniuses feel humiliated at having been shapeless fetuses in the maternal womb? If anything ought to humiliate them, it is their low status before God, and their powerlessness to probe the depths of the divine designs and the wisdom of the laws regulating the harmony of the universe. Strive to realize the greatness of God and the admirable harmony that establishes the solidarity of all things in nature. To believe that God could have made anything without a purpose and have created intelligent beings without a future would be to blaspheme God's goodness, which extends over all creatures.
Does this period of humanity begin on our Earth?
The Earth is not the starting point of a human's first incarnation. The period of humanness usually begins on worlds even less evolved. This, however, is not an absolute rule, and it may happen that a spirit at its human beginning may be suited to live on the earth. Such a case is not frequent and would be an exception rather than a rule.
After death, does a human spirit have any awareness of the existences that preceded its period of humanness?
No, because it is only after that period that its life as a spirit began. It even has difficulty in remembering its first existences as a human, exactly as humans no longer remember the earliest days of their childhood, and still less the time they spent in the maternal womb. That is why spirits tell you that they do not know how they began.
Having entered the period of humanness, does a spirit retain traces of what it had previously been? That is, of the state in which it was in during the period that could be called non-human?
That depends on the distance separating the two periods and the progress it has accomplished. For a few generations, it may preserve a more or less pronounced reflection of the primitive state, for nothing in nature occurs through an abrupt transition. There are always links connecting the end of the chain of beings and events. However, such traces disappear with the development of free will. The first steps of progress are accomplished slowly because they are not yet aided by the will, but they follow a more rapid progress as the spirit acquires a more perfect consciousness of itself.
Metempsychosis.
Isn't the common origin of living beings in the intelligent principle an affirmation of the doctrine of metempsychosis? Two things may have the same origin, and yet not resemble each other at all later on. Who would recognize the tree, its leaves, its flowers and its fruit in the shapeless germ contained in the seed from which they came? From the moment when the intelligent principle reaches the necessary degree for becoming a spirit and for entering the period of humanness, it has no more relationship with its primitive state. It is no longer the soul of the animal, like the tree is no longer a seed. In humans, there is only the animal-like body, the passions that arise from that bodhi's influence, and the instincts of self-preservation inherent in matter. Therefore, one cannot state that such and such a person is the incarnation of such and such an animal. Consequently, metempsychosis as commonly understood is incorrect. 612. Could a spirit that has animated a human body incarnate in an animal?
That would be a regression, and a spirit does not regress. The river does not flow back to its source.
However erroneous may be the idea linked to metempsychosis, couldn't it be a result of the intuitive sentiment of the different existences of an individual?
We recognize such an intuitive sentiment in this belief as in many others, but like most intuitive ideas, humans have perverted it